kiwanji la najiona dako kia iwanlaki na dako tuktogana unkation kilena hechitukte. I want to say good morning, shake your hand with a good heart. My name is Phil Tuigo. I'm the executive director of the Sichanga Lakota Treaty Council, and I like to talk back and forth in Lakota and Washichu because our young generation needs to learn the Lakota language. And this is it seems like the only place to get a lot of Lakota language. And I encourage you to speak Lakota language, use your language as much as possible. Yesterday, we heard from our elder women, and that's very important for us because in the Lakota traditional government, the women take care of the home, and they also order us around. So that's the Tiwahe. It's the Tiwahe is highly organized because the women run it. So, and then in the old days, we think about the Tioshpaye, and that's when our leadership starts forming. The Ate of the Tiwahe takes his Chingshi and grooms him to be a leader, showing him how to hunt, how to be a protector and a provider. A lot of things that we want to talk about. There's too many topics that we couldn't possibly fit everything in. And when we go talk about traditional government, we need to emphasize the training and handing down the knowledge to the young ones, the next generation that are coming. We have to give them everything. We have to give them all the traditions and the knowledge, the information that you have. Pass it down to the next generation, because this fight has been going on for 500 years. It may go on another 500 years until we get our land back, get our territory back. So that's very important. I would respectfully ask the treaty councils to think about that, to start training your young people from your reservation. I'm gonna mention something that needs to be put on the table. There's chaos across Oceti Sakowin because of the whole world seems to want our culture. They seem to want our ceremonies. We have non-Lakotas running ceremonies in different places that should not be happening. This is from me. I'm saying this, that the Tehincha Sami brought that Chanupa to the Lakota people. I haven't heard any other stories that she brought it to other nations. And it's important to remember that the four colors are the Lakota spiritual meanings. It does not mean, from what I learned from many of you, it does not mean the four races. So we need to stop saying that. They use that as an excuse to bring other nations into our ceremonies. Other nations are starting to take our ceremonies around the world where nobody can know what's going on there. And there's nothing to hide. They're paying for people to run ceremonies. Even on a reservation, there's sun dances that there's no Lakotas. There are hardly any Lakotas there. And something's wrong with that. The Hincha Sami told us to protect the Chanupa, and we need to get back to that. My Tashis and my relatives are all medicine men, and I consult with them often. So let's get back to what Tehincha Sami instructions are with the ceremonies and protect our chanupa. And she brought it to you, to you to protect, not for others to take it from you and run it themselves somewhere else. Maybe there's a Sundance in out east, Michigan, Wisconsin, different places. I'm hearing it's in south of Mexico, Guatemala, Peru, Germany, France. Um, it's all over, and that means that we're getting we're not protecting it. I wanted to let you know that we are working on a customary law code for the protection of the ceremonies, protection of sacred sites, so we can, bring order back to the Oceti Sakowin Oyate. And some people will not like it. They will disagree with it. And I sent a copy to the keeper of the pipe, and he is aware of it. So far, he hasn't said anything. He hasn't said, don't do that. He didn't say that, but I listened to him. He gets all the reports of things that are going on inside the ceremonies, inside the Sundance, inside the Uwipi ceremonies, those things. And we're trying to get a handle on the situation. The other situation is the abuse of eagle feathers. It's still happening. Those that should not have an eagle feather have an eagle feather. And then you have the powwow, some of the bustles, eagle feathers all over, hanging all over. And I thought we said that the Anuchasan, Wambli Gleshka, the Wambli Oyata are sacred. I thought the elders said that we work with them because they carry our prayers to the Great Spirit. We work with them because the eagle is close to the Great Spirit. So we need to get back down to that, what our elders taught us. I didn't make this up. It was our elders that taught us these things. And I need your help to enforce what the Ptehincha Somi says. Each and every one of us has a responsibility to protect the Chanupa and the ceremonies. Each and every one of us as a Oceti Sakowin Oyate have that responsibility. And I'm saying this, don't be giving it away to the non-Lakota people. Don't let them run the ceremonies. You do it yourself. You handle it yourself. Handle the fire yourself. Handle the ceremony yourself. Don't let nobody else touch it, is all I'm saying. So we know that getting back to the agenda, what happened to us in the doctrine of domination, that plenary power, that Johnson versus McIntosh, federal Indian policy. There's a need for us to stand on our own 2 feet, stand on our inherent sovereignty. And I try to, after all these years, I realized that you don't need a written charter to be Lakota. You do not need a written resolution or a motion by a tribal council or an ordinance or anything to speak your language. You do not need a resolution to say you're a Tioshpaye. You already are a Tioshpaye. You are already a Oshpaye. You're already a Oyate. There's some things you do not need to write it down, like the treaty councils. The treaty councils, in my mind, and what I learned, do not need a written charter to exist, but they do need the support because the IRA government exists after the treaties were signed by our grandfathers. And every time I think about the treaties, I think about our grandfathers that went to Fort Laramie to sign the treaties. And by the very fact of our chiefs, our Itacha, our Nacha, Wichasha Yatapika, Ogalet Hankaun, They're the ones that signed the treaty. The federal government acknowledges the traditional Lakota people by the very fact that our chiefs signed the treaties. It's just that 1934, the federal government said, we will recognize you as a federally recognized tribe, starting in 1934. And then they didn't give you your citizenship until 1924. And then they said they have the Indian Civil Rights Act of 1964, and then the Indian Religious Freedom Act. Who is that protecting? You or the rest of the world? So I'm glad these young people are here to learn all of this. So I better Claude and my elders taught me well, so I'm getting long-winded now. We'll spin back here, Claude. Pilama, thank you. Mitakas.
Thank you, Lexi. Lexi brings up some important concerns. As I believe some of these have been addressed amongst other Tioshbais and bands. I'm sure they'll be continued, those discussions in regards to ceremonies and our protocols. So with that, just thanks, Phil, for giving us the overview from yesterday. Moving down the agenda, I want to call upon Paula Antone with the Sichangu Climate Center to present.
Thank you, nephew. Good morning, Chante Washte Yuhana Peti Yuzapi, Hemachia, Washichu, Paula Antoine, Nalakota, Wichoka, Awayakoi. Good morning, everybody. My name is Paula Antoine. My Lakota name is Wichoka, Awayakoi, and that was through a dream. And in our history, as you all know, dreams are very important, and a lot of our young people are having them dreams right now, and we need to encourage them and help them fulfill them dreams. And so there's my presentation is going to be on the Sichangu Climate Center, and while they're working out a little bit of get my presentation up online, I'll talk a little bit, but my grandparents are Pauline Shields and Frank John King. They were my mother, Lavina King's parents. My father's name is Jacob Antoine. His parents are Lawrence Antoine and Mildred Ramus Antoine. And we're from the east end of the reservation in Rosebud, over by Whetstone Bay and Melk's Camp. And I'm a descendant of Chief Good Cane Melk, who is a descendant of Red Cloud. So my dad's grandpa was born at Fort Laramie during the treaty signing. So that's a brief history of my family. And I just also wanted to share, that I brought my knife with me, and I was honored by some WIAs in Pine Ridge, and they asked me to become part of their Knife Bearer Society. And that is one of the things that's really important to our people too, is having societies and having structures and having protocols that are followed. And I was told a long time ago that in our treaties that we had a long time ago, the women would come and bring their knife to the to the meeting and up to the altar and set their knife down. And that knife represented the consequences of the decisions and the actions that were going to happen during them treaty councils and treaty meetings. Because this knife represents everything that a Hawaiian does. We provide the clothes, we care for the family, we raise the children. We own the home, we build the home. And that is done with our knives. So these knives represent the home and the consequences of everything that's going to happen with these meetings. So they would set their knife down to remind the men and the leaders of what that meant and what the women and their knives represent. So I brought my knife and I'm going to set it right there. But, oh, they got my slides up. I'm going to step out here a little bit. And I just wanted to say, Sichango, I'll kind of talk about this a little bit later, but we started talking about climate crisis a long time ago. And we're facing climate change. Okay. And, you know, I'm not a fluent speaker. I'm trying to learn. I try to practice every day. But at this time, I would just like for Phil to come up and help me with this slide. But this slide, 13 years ago, when I started working with the tribe, I'm the land office director. And in my mind, you know, there's no land without a treaty, and there's no treaty without a land. You know, they go together, you know, so importantly for our people that, you know, one of the things that I did was reach out and try to establish a really good working relationship with our land department or with our treaty office and our treaty council. I started going to their meetings and talking about things that we needed to do together. And one of the things we did is we asked some elders in our community to have a ceremony to help us find direction. And this is what they came back with. And that was our mission statement.
Also, I just want to add that what is above land or around land is climate.
Yeah.
So that's very important. Unkia chalel unkani hipi. Wakia he chapi he un chapi. We will an hena unkoa japi na ha unkit chawapi. Many hena unkia etan u. It was us who brought you here. We are the thunder beings. The springs are here because of us and belong to us. This water comes from us. A statement from the thunder being in a purification ceremony.
Thank you, Phil. And in this vision statement that we have, it talks about everything below and everything up to the stars. And, you know, that's climate. Everything that's in our environment is climate, and we need all this to live. Could you go on, please? Sorry. And a lot of this is grounded in our creation stories. Like I was saying, you know, the first thing that we do and the first thing that we should think about is who we are and how we're grounded to Mother Earth. You know, that's why I feel really fortunate working with the land office and being part of the discussions of our treaties and how we need to move forward for our future generations. And it begins with our creation story. You know, we were working with some other organizations about the lithium mining and the different things that are happening in the Black Hills. You know, that is our place of origin. You know, I feel really honored to be here in the Black Hills. Every time I come here, I feel really grateful to be here because this is where we began. This is where we started, and now we're here together. So Go on, please. And there's a lot of history in some of these slides. It talks about coming from Wind Cave. I was just kind of referring to this. If anybody's interested in this presentation, I'll gladly share it with you. But this is just a brief thing of how we came to be and the band that we're from. So I'll just skip on because it's kind of a long presentation and I want to get to the end of it. And this one talks about what is above as is below, and how we need to take care and remember our humble beginnings and how we're going forward. Please go on. And I think Phil kind of referred to this in his wrap up of what was happening yesterday and the importance of our Chanupa and our 7 sacred rites and our ceremonies and what we're doing together and how we move forward together on working for the people and creating something for the next generation. And these are some of the, I think someone else had a picture of this slide, but it just talks about the Black Hills. Please go on. And now we get to our climate center. This is the main point of the presentation today of what our goals are. And I'll kind of talk about how we got to this point. You know, there are other members of our tribe that are in this room that are tribal departments that help us with this. And I'm not sure if Syed is here. Say hello, Syed. He's director of our water resources. Ione Quigley, our THPO and Phil. There are other members. There were quite a few of us that got together and how we came to develop what our climate center is going to be. And it's the protection of our resources for our future generations is basically what it is. Go ahead. And in April of 2019, we all came together and we started having meetings concerning the climate and the different changes and our concerns. Drought, you know, drought was one of our major concerns. One of my concerns, and I think it should be addressed all over the Oceti Sakowin, because the rising waters in 50 to 100 years, the coastal regions will be moving inward. So there's going to be climate refugees, climate immigrants, people that are going to be coming to this center, to where we live right here. You know, how are we going to address that? And I spoke with Andrea about this a couple of years ago. You know, how is that affecting people, you know, like the Alaskans? How is it affecting their culture not to have their land base anymore? You know, and when they come here, how are we going to address them? How are we going to interact with them? Because they don't have anywhere to go, you know, and everybody's going to start to move inland. And that was one of my main concerns. But we went through COVID. We still kept meeting throughout COVID. We started developing our priority list. Could you go on, please? And yeah, this is where we are talking about threats to life, property, weather, disasters, water. That was our second. Our third was, I think it's down towards the bottom. We'll change the land. And that's what we were talking about. There are different diseases that are coming up in the plants. You know, I don't know if you see it, but sometimes if you look out at chokecherry bushes or plum bushes, there's a black fungus or something growing on it. And it has never been there before, you know, and that's as a result of the different changes in weather and climate. So we have to be really concerned with that, because the chokecherry, the seed of that contains medicine. And that's why when we make wasna and we break it, that medicine comes out of there. And, you know, we have to be concerned with that and try to protect that and other of our plants and medicines. Please go on. Our temperatures have been rising, and I think you've seen a lot of slides like this where it shows the temperatures rising across the world, you know, so it's not just in Sichongu. We're seeing increasing amount of weather events, you know, a high number of rain, snow, a lot of snow. You know, we all know that, you know, we were all sitting here and stranded here last year because the amount of snow that was here. Okay, please go on. And there are going to be more hot days to come. The weather is going to be increasing. You know, there are going to be areas not only in South Dakota, but throughout Turtle Island where it's going to be too hot to exist. Then people are going to start to migrate towards us. Here's our ancestral lands. And I think there's a lot of maps, you know, in our adaptation plan, we created a lot of maps that go with our planning. But one of the things that, in one of the next slides, it talks about the area of the buffalo. Here it is. And, you know, the first act of war, you know, get rid of their food source, you know, and that's what they did when they started killing our buffalo. They wanted to kill us. They wanted to kill our food source. That was the number one thing. Okay, go on. And this is where Fort Laramie Treaty. I found this picture really interesting because yesterday there were some Washitu men who are relatives of these same people that are in this picture. And there are Lakota in here who are the same people in this picture. So I think it's like meant to be, you know, everything happens and has a reason for happening. So I think that it's meant to be that a lot of us are gathering again to continue on these conversations and even having the Washitu men come that were there, that were related to them. Go ahead. And there's a lot of information here about the Fort Laramie Treaty. You know, I think I'm kind of preaching to the choir on this. And, oh, excuse me. You know, one of the things that, you know, that is kind of an underlying thing here. And I think somebody referred to this in another presentation, but, you know, being a good relative was the foremost thing that you could be. And that was one of the, you know, I think that's one of the reasons why a lot of the people went into, you know, I could be wrong, but started the conversations there. But go ahead. Go ahead. I have a bunch of slides about Fort Laramie and the different articles talking about the location from the Heart River to the Bighorn Mountains and to the Missouri River. And we all know this, so go ahead. Land secessions. I'm not sure if anybody had land secession maps, but we wanted to show this to show how the land base was being diminished. So go ahead, go on. And like I said, if anybody's interested in copies of these or the maps that are included in this presentation, we'll be happy to share that. And then here's the waterways. And I think the next slide is maybe the Oglala Aquifer. And that's what Syed, oh, no, there's still another session. I think there's another one. Yeah, it talks about the Oglala Aquifer, which Syed was talking about earlier. And I wanted to make a point that, you know, in the skirmishes, I seen a map that identified all the skirmishes that were surrounding and around that led to the treaties having to be talked about. You know, and after, it was all along the borders of them treaties. So our people knew what the boundaries of our treaties without having GIS, GPS, or any mapping. They knew where it was and they were protecting it. And I think Syed went into detail about the aquifer, so we can go on with that. And this is the mining claims in the Black Hills. There's hardly an acre in the Black Hills that is not covered under a mining claim. So kind of keep that in the back of your mind. So during our development of our adaptation plan, we started getting input from our people. You know, some of the things that we did is we developed surveys, we had online conversations, we had face-to-face conversations. There were a lot of things that went on online because it was during COVID. So we didn't want to risk the health of our people. So we did a lot of things online. We did a lot of education on how to do Zoom calls with people, how to do, you know, face-to-face, you know, phone calls with iPhones, you know, just different things like that to try to get information and keep people safe during that time. We had discussions with the other tribal departments and tried to encourage interest from there. We had community meetings online and both in the communities, and we did a lot of elder interviews. So. And this is an example of one of the our posters that we send out. It has Ideal. That's the community I'm from, Winter Ideal, over on the east end of the reservation. But we try to show them the effects and impacts worldwide of what's happening to everybody, because everything that happens in the world happens to us individually in our communities. You know, it goes up from your Tioshpa, Tiwahe, your Oshba, and your nation. So, and it's worldwide. So go ahead and go on. And as a result of some of our surveys, interviews, and talks, these are some of the concerns that had come up. And the most important one was drought, extreme heat, and severe storms. You know, as we know, there's going to be a lot more catastrophic storms coming, and we're going to have to be ready for that. Because, you know, just like last year with the big snowstorm, you know, there's going to be a lot of tornadoes, and there has been a lot of tornadoes across Turtle Island that have been increasing, and other major storms. But these are the other things that we were planning to focus on. And the number one is water quality and water availability. And I think that's why the data that Syed presented yesterday is really important for us to watch what's going on with the Ogallala Aquifer, and to ensure that there are nothing going to be happening. So, you know, even though that you don't think that all this information is tied together under climate change, you know, the effects of the things that were brought to light with the THIPO presentation today will affect our water quality and our water availability. So, and there's plants and animals and stuff that were also. Here are some of the people that were involved. We had a lot of people. Unfortunately, one of our directors who was deeply involved also passed away during this time. Go ahead. And in our adaptation plan, this is what our three main objectives: protect the Oyate, protect and wisely use our water, protect land and living relatives. And this is kind of some of the language that's been taken and derived directly from our treaties. You know, we're here to protect, and that's what we're gonna continue to do. And from that adaptation plan, here are the recommendations that we came up with. We are going to establish a permanent tribal department led by a climate officer. We're going to plan and build capacities to address the human needs and weather emergencies. And I'll kind of go into a little bit of that. Implement the drought adaptation and mitigation plan. Establish a Lakota Oyate environmental data and decision center focused on information and sovereignty for the land and living relatives. So we'll be able to track all the data and the effects and impacts on our reservation and in our communities, and start to identify the high priority areas of what needs to happen where, using our own data and controlling that ourselves. So. I think you got to click it again. Yeah, just go ahead and click it till all of them come up. Yeah, there we go. And here's some of the things that we are talking about when we're protecting the Oyate. You know, weather emergency plan for flooding and tornadoes, local weather warning system. Some of these are ongoing and have started already. The tribe is working with NIDIS on putting weather stations on and around our reservations. So we have weather stations throughout, warning systems in each one of the communities. So if there's a weather emergency, like a tornado, there's a siren that goes off and you can vocally let the community know what's going on with them warning systems. Reliable heating and cooling, community centers with warming and cooling stations, wellness checks, solar, green energy, consider building codes. And some of these are all being developed right now because the tribe is working on their emergency management plan. And we recently got done creating 2,000 dry food or dry soup bags. And so we also made traditional soup bags. So me and a couple elderly ladies from the communities got together and we contributed to that. We dried a whole bunch of buffalo meat. I was going to put that on the presentation, but we dried buffalo meat and we used teepee poles to dry our meat on, and we dried corn, and that's what we're going to put in the traditional bags, and we put them in Mylar bags. And when there is a food emergency, they'll be distributed out to the community. The other bags, soup bags, have different types of food, so they'll be able to last up to 5 years, them bags. So when there is an emergency, we'll be able to drop them out in the communities. Each one of the community centers is starting to build up their communities by having warming and cooling locations. Have like cots and other emergency, shelter training and stuff like that in the communities. So when there does happen and the electricity goes out or something goes out in the community community residents can make it easier to the community center rather than somewhere else. So go ahead. Protecting and wisely using our water. You can go ahead and click. I'm not sure how many is going to come up. There you go. And this is one of our main things, is what Syed was talking about yesterday, was talking about adopting and implementing the tribal water code. And we've had conversations with the BIA on how they're going to help us do that, because, they have the trust responsibility to help us implement and help us develop a water enforcement office where we can give fines, handle the monitoring efforts that Syed's office is doing and start issuing fines and things like that. So there's a lot in our water code. I'm not sure if Syed shared that. Yeah. And fully implement our drought adaptation and mitigation plan, and that's part of our climate adaptation plan as well. Expand characterization and monitoring of rosebud water, and that's what Syed was talking about yesterday. So. Establish a climate center. And these are some of the things that we decided to do in our climate center. Clean up the reservation, start to beautify our areas, and including our cemeteries and our protected areas as well. Expand food sovereignty, promote habitat conservation. I think they were talking about creating food plots and different things like that, food stands for our elk and other wild animals. And yesterday we were even talking about how we could increase the number of magpies, because it seemed like there's a lower number of magpies in our area. So that's one of the things. Reduce overgrazing and start to monitor our other land uses to protect and utilize our lands in a better way too. Understand the impacts of climate change on forests and grasslands. Plant more trees. Our forestry department has been planning, I think it's 400,000 trees, was it, or 40? Every year they've been planting a large number of trees. So that has been going on for a couple of years now too. So track forage production and use, and that also includes the riparian areas that go through our forested areas to make sure and limit degrading of the banks of the rivers. And if we clean them out, it also helps them flow better. So there's water management of the streams and rivers as well. Preserve sacred plants, at-risk species, and consider when development occurs. Okay. And we received $1.6 million to go on with our climate center. So we're just starting to implement that this year. We're starting to increase our technology. My office will be the data, the data collection area. So we're just now starting to implement that grant, purchase new computers. We had some people that haven't had computers for 6 to 8 years. So that's how behind in technology we are. And we're really grateful that this grant was funded so we could bring that up and start to record our data. So talks a little bit more about the grant. And this will allow us to continue the work of our climate change working group. We had a lot of good ideas, and a lot of our people in the communities are asking how we're going to continue on. And we're grateful that we got this grant, so we will be able to implement, especially the cooling and heating centers. That's what I was worried about for, like, when the electricity goes out during high rates of electrical use, some of the elders in the community won't have heat or cooling. So. I think we went over this slide already. Go ahead and go. And data foundation, that is one of the most important things that we're talking about, so we can, like I said before, so we can focus on the problematic areas of our reservation. So go ahead. Trying to see if he's standing up yet. Go ahead and go. Okay, so we already have an idea of how we're going to create all this up in the cloud, and how we're going to record everything in our data in our climate center. So that's what we're talking about here. Creating digital twin of our land, our work, and our future, what we plan to do and how we plan to address different things according to what is happening and what is recorded with our data. So go ahead and go on. And we've started working with some people on how we're going to manage this data. And if you look over there, that's our land, the data that we're collecting, and then we can use that to strategize on how we're going to approach that. So go ahead and go on. The Sichungu Climate Center data will be ours, and the technology secure so that we can maintain sovereignty over the data that helps to tell the story of our land, our people, and our vision and our intentions for our planning of the climate. So I think this might be the last slide. It is. So that's my contact information. Like I said, I'm the director of the Sichungu Yachting Land Office. If you would like copies of this presentation or any of the data, or if you have any questions, please let me know. And I just wanted to recognize the elders in the room and say thank you for listening to me. And I'm not a scientist, and I don't pretend that I know everything. You know, everything that we're doing as a team. And I feel like if we don't have people like Ione and her crew, we don't have people like Syed and the Treaty Council and some of our committees working together, that, you know, we're not going to be able to adapt and be able to combat what's happening in our communities with climate change. And, you know, it is an emergency. You know, the world needs to know that if we don't start moving, you know, pretty soon there's going to be a lot of living things dying. You know, there are millions of species that are in danger right now because of climate change. You know, what happens to the world when a species goes extinct? You know, what does that mean to us as a people? You know, that living creature will never be alive again. You know, what does that mean to us? You know, that means we need to get to work. You know, we have a lot of work to do. You know, I heard somebody say the house is on fire. It is. You know, we need to start to work together and plan and move in a good direction together so we can do that. And, you know, the basis of that and how we move forward is through our culture, our language, our ceremonies, and reaching out to the other people in our communities and our nation to start to address these things together, because we can't save our people alone. You know, we need each other to do that. So, but with that, I just wanted to say, I always try to, my water's leaking. I always try to bring water up when I talk, because there's a study that whenever you're praying and you're working with water and that you have it around you, the molecules of the water change with the events around it. So I always try to bring a glass of water with me so that when I'm done, I spill it out onto the ground, because I want the earth to know that we're talking about her and that we're concerned. So with that, I just want to say thank you, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Tui. We have time for a couple of questions. If anybody has any questions for Tui Paula at this time.
I have a question.
What?
Comment.
Identify your.
My name is Philip Little Thunder. And I have two of my bosses here, Treaty Council and THPO, TIPO. I work with the land and the spirits. But what the comments that I've been hearing so far is when you say the house is on fire, it's meaning that the earth is in crisis. And the stories that were mentioned, that we came out of the wind cave and are we on our way back to moving to the wind cave, similar, something like that. Just, my comment, I was just sitting here thinking about, the crisis of climate, what you're talking about is, when we have to work together. That's what I got out of your talk, was that, what is above is below. And I've heard that someplace before too, that we live down there, now we live up here, now we'll move back down there, something like that. Thank you.
Thanks, Phil. I'm not going to pretend I know the future. Is that on? Yeah. Our existence. But I do know that I have faith in young people. I have faith in our prayer. I have faith in our way of life and where we come from. The people of the world, the non-Indigenous people of the world are looking to our people. There are a lot of people around the world that look to the Lakota. They look to us because our prayers are strong. Our people are strong. We're a warrior nation. I had ancestors who stayed to the ground and fought to the death. I'm not afraid. I don't think any one of us are afraid. We can face the future, and I'm not afraid of what they're saying of climate change, because our people have had, we have indigenous knowledge, we have plants and medicines and ceremonies that have brought us this far through, generations of termination policies by different governments across the world, and we're all still here, we still have full bloods, we still have our language, we still have our ceremonies. So I think that, if that ever happens, it's not going to be in my lifetime. It's not going to be in my grandkids' lifetime. And I just, I have confidence and faith in our people.
Was there another question here? Lexi?
I was just, I liked your presentation. It was good. One of the things I was thinking about was the future, future of our people, and about how that climate change is going to impact the plains here, and I was just thinking about the change of like the number of tornadoes, tornadoes that we have, and the big windstorms, and the I guess how it's going to impact our sun dances too. It's, one of the things that happened to me, is I was participating in a ceremony, and then my whole chest and my arms right here got all blistered up from the sun. And that's never happened before. So I agree with you that the sun is getting hotter. So I was wondering how that that was going to impact our, like our sun dance, and how that's going to, if it's getting hotter, maybe we may have to go like the people in Oklahoma, they have their sun dances at night, and I don't know, but how those kind of things I was just thinking about when I was thinking about your presentation.
In our planning, there's I thought about Ivan's mother, she passed away years ago. And one time she had this dream, and we were both having dreams about tornadoes coming down. And she had told me that we're going to have to start living in earth homes. And I think that idea has come up with other efforts concerning green energy and things like that. But I think that, personally, I think that we need to rely on our dreams, whoever has them. There's a lot of people that, like I said, we're not scientists, but we're told what to do with our land and our plants, and how to care for our people. So I think that if we rely on our guidance, our spiritual guidance, and our Iescas to tell us what we need to do and how we need to go forward, I think that, we can get through anything. Like I said, I'm not afraid. I look at the people in this room, and it makes me more confident, because the knowledge that we all share, we all step to the plate with some kind of knowledge. Whether you think you have it or not, you do, it's right here in our blood. All we have to do is ask. And, with her dream of building earth homes, she even talked about it, how we needed to start relying on them for heating and cooling, and being safe from tornadoes and different weather events, and I don't know how that would work with flooding, but, we would probably just have to ask. But yeah, I to me, I really rely on our ways. I may not look like it, I may not, think that, people look at me and they have some perception of whoever, we need to stop doing that too. But to have that faith, every one of us have that faith and that blood, that stuff in our blood that tells us and guides us. So, I really believe in that, truly. So.
Last question.
I have one. Hokel Chaje mithoki le ake in chonupa gula mani mecha wahio take na wonye wonji chukte. Ehani ina mithana unchi mithoki le wa unspekile iwagla kon he. Wabalushka akilena ehani toha tua ish makhoche kile tak shicha wanka bhanta wanchagna makao khrate kigle kiape. Na mila hanska tchaoa khekilila ota waslo kilena ungluni pe. What I'm saying in our language as a food for thought for you, always remember when our earth mothers in crisis, our four-legged brothers and sisters, whether they're bugs or, the buffalo, snakes, whatever, they all head back underground. My mom and my grandma used to tell me these things. Hey, honey, it's just like when you have a fire, prairie fire. When it starts taking off, you see our animals run from that. And a lot of them hide. And then they come back out when fresh vegetation. So that's a little food for thought to you. And thank you for your presentation. Aho.
Thank you for that comment. That is a good point because, people say that even when there's earthquakes and there are changes in the ground, animals give that sign, even horses, So it is important that we also, look to the animal nations and how they react. And that was making me wonder too about why the magpie aren't here. Why are they less in existence here? That I have a lot of thoughts about things like that, but that's for another day and another conversation. But thank you for listening to me and you have a good day.
Pilamielo Tui, climate, hot topic. Definitely deserves serious attention, and we just want to thank Tui and the Sichangu relatives over there in Sichangu Makoche for their good work in regards to climate control and global warming. So thank you for that presentation. Moving right on our agenda, cultural tourism, Gus Yellowhair, Tatanka Res Tours, Frank Kilsenwater, come on down. And then following that will be World Wilderness Congress. Be ready for that one. Again, when the presenters are done, we'll call for a couple questions. We're kind of short on time, trying to stick to the agenda. I'm sure the presenters will, give you some time on a sidebar or something outside or afterwards sometime. So just wanted to remind everybody of that. Thank you.
Ko ame take pi troke tagni preshni hirni lachti chichapelo. Iha chante washte na peo chus papelo. Lakota chaje mit hoki khashunke naji imachapi. Na ishwashiju kta Warren Gus Yellowhair hemielo. Na inawa ki Loretta Bulltail Scout ijapi. Na ish atewa ki Patrick Yellowhair ijapi. Ish shahila wichasha hecha. Na he lila treha mini opta oyanke elwati wazia haha makoche el ogalala oyate kchi cha hanke shahila na hanke lakota hemacha ash mitcha ex ash umakyake he's not a shahila, he's a shilela yata cha ate nehimi chelo cha ya naku tungashila wa kash na kule esa wana ampa samia takoja wana kiktayo le toni le hini washte na ya kakhe she hetchips nachush washne es wana ampa samia es na ya takoja wana kiktayo cha le iska michungshi chia insha unichak
Hamidake be chante washtena pe choose a big sto ashichi mi chajeki tiani yellow hair yellow kotiami chajeki shahila we exto. Thank you.
Koea me take pitakule iwagla and kitele cultural tourism alpilo. Chale iska the tourism, Lakota, the word for this, and I don't know what the word would be for this, but the English term is cultural tourism. And lately, this last few days, I've been hearing a lot of different talks about, making allies and friends, and some of the issues that we face on a daily amongst not only the people on the Pine Ridge, but Oceti Sakowin Oyateki, the other council fires, the other 7, but there's also other Dakota relatives that are living within this South Dakota boundary. So a lot of things have changed, a lot of issues that we face on a daily. Washichukta, they call them social detriments of health. And so I'm not going to go too much into that there because we kind of know what that would be. In the land of milk and honey is what they call this Turtle Island. We as people, the original people here, are living in third world conditions, and we all know that. We know that. We know all the problems that we face on a daily, alcohol and drugs, MMIW, all those type of things. Language loss, culture loss, all those things, slowly, this colonization really did a number on us people. And here our own homeland, we're considered the poorest of the poor. Why is that? That colonization part really did us wrong. So here we are today trying to move forward from that, trying to make a way not only for ourselves, but for our children and our grandchildren. Those yet unborn. And it's difficult. The IR governments that we're living under right now, they have just so much funds. We're what they call quasi-sovereign. We're not fully sovereign. If we were, we wouldn't be depending on the government. So they only allot just so much money, and that doesn't go very far. And so our people are struggling. A lot of our people because of this colonization, those things that we went through historically, historical trauma, intergenerational trauma, those type of things. There's really a lot of our people have broken spirits, broken hearts. You see that in the streets. You see that amongst our young people taking their lives, losing hope, having a sense of helplessness, hopelessness, like that. This cultural tourism addresses a lot of that. It's enabling us to go out and make our own money, to share our own story. If we don't share that story, some person somewhere else is going to be sharing that story. Our story. We're talking about the treaty. We're talking about those things. And how we're going to be up there sharing those. I just heard some good news about Pactola, how that's going to help the Oceti Sakowin. We're going to be able to set up camps there and take our young people there and have them be a part of those energy sources, those sacred sites, all those things that were sacred to our people. But not only that, but the fresh water sources that are there, the plants and the herbs and all those medicines that our people still rely on. All those things are there, and our people knew it. And so that's why they fought to the death for it, like that, and I just wanted to take just a moment of silence before we continue on to remember one of our Itchachas that was murdered on this day, Tatanka Utake. Why? Because he didn't sign that. He didn't sign that treaty. He didn't put his mark on there. There's other leaders, they made those choices back then, but other leaders put that down because they knew that this generation and generations to come, they made that with that chanupa. They made that sacred commitment to the Creator. So I just want to take a moment of silence to remember them. So as we move forward in this day and time, my daughter, she had this idea of, she attended an alumni conference here, a business conference. And then she came to me, she said, Dad, what do you think, kind of business do you think would work here for us? I said, well, the place is wide open. The reservation is wide open for business. We need services. We need services for our people. I said, do you look at that? A lot of people go off the reservation to find those services. We need that here on Pinehurst, so just pretty much anything would do. I said, but look into tourism. Look into tourism. We've got a lot of visitors coming from all over. You know, they know, they can just Google anything right here and find out about us. But if we tell that story from the heart, from the Chante, it has more meaning. Because we're able to share that story with those, the true stories, not just what is written down in this colonized, his storybook, but our true stories that were passed down from generation to generation. Those stories, and in doing so, we can empower our young people. The young people, give them some hope, give them something to dream. Because that dollar, Mazaskahe, that dollar bill is the new buffalo. Our people relied on the buffalo a long time ago. Ihane provided everything for us, our everyday wants and needs, our food, our clothing, our homes, the tools, that dollar, and we respected it. We offered prayers and did those things like that, honored that spirit of that Te Oyate, still do today. That dollar is the same thing. That dollar. I was looking around, I was checking it out, said, there's a lot of traditional people here. I wonder how many came up on horseback. You know, I didn't see no horses tied up there, you know. Maybe somebody made a horse raid on us and took our ponies. But how we got up here, we had to put some gas, wiggly, inside those Ishnala Yanka to get here. To eat, we had to use that dollar. All those things. We use it in a good way, understand it, because we've been colonized. We understand the English very well, but the English don't understand us. That's why they're studying, continue to, the things that we have, they want those things. So those things, and we're doing tourism, some things must be kept sacred and secret, like that, you know. So part of that is some of those things up there is what? Education is first and foremost, educating our visitors about who we are as a people, those things that are sacred to us. The 7 rites, the 7 sacred rites, the ceremonies, you know, some of those things when we're doing our tourism, we're talking about Lakota sensitivity, you know, those things you cannot attend as a visitor. You know, you can't attend those. But when I look around here, I see some, you know, I see some allies, some Washichu people. So maybe somebody made them relative. You know, they're very respectful. I see them, they holding themselves like that and conducting themselves in that way. So somebody taught them good, you know, they taught them that respect, you know, like that. And so those are the education part that we can do in this cultural tourism. Those visitors. If you go to these different reservations, these different prisoners of war camps that they put us on, we don't have border checks. So people can come through regardless. And they can make their own mind up about who we are as a people. But we need to be there to greet them and tell them who we are and the things that, what we expect of them, how we expect them to conduct themselves while they're on our homeland. I heard talk about building some visitor centers, you know, that places where they can go and deal with people. Because when we talk about some of these social determinants of health, unemployment is one of the biggest ones. Our people are barely living day to day, some check to check. Some of them have to do arts and crafts, so that they can buy things for themselves, you know, their families. like that. And so that's what tourism promotes is art, the arts of our people, like that. So they come and buy and like that, and our people are able to take care of themselves, because they don't have the jobs. They don't have the education. They're the ones that slipped through this system that was forced upon us, So tourism has a lot of opportunities. Okay, so we got a lot of, and we just have a short time here. We're supposed to share this time with an organization called SDNTA, South Dakota Native Tourism Alliance. I don't know if they're going to be here or not, but we're given 15 minutes. And so I think with that, we'll kind of open it up to questions. If you have any questions or any questions. All right, good crowd. Thank you guys, man.
One question, Gus, this is Phil Twigo. Can you start a travel agency? Because our people like to travel, and we need a native travel agency.
So Mr. Frank Kilsenwater was not able to be here, but I sit on the board as a newly elected member for the SDNTA, which is the South Dakota Native Tourism Alliance. We are going to become a full nonprofit here within the next year. But what I like to say, I feel like I really don't belong up here in this position, but just to encourage all of you to think about cultural tourism, how that relates to the job that you sit in, or the position that you do, or what you do in your personal life. Because every one of us, whether we have family who are entrepreneurs, who work in a business setting, who sit in an office, are part of tourism in one way or another. I'm very passionate about tourism. When I was going to school at Ogallala Lakota College, going for my degree, I was very tired of reading and listening to stories that were told about us from people from outside the reservation. I was tired of it, of course. And so the way that I felt that I could add to that was to be a tour guide. And so 2012, the Lakota Fund Business Plan competition here at LNI, I had decided that I wanted to do that. And so I did. And I felt that I didn't do very well with the Tatanka Res Tours business plan. I went home, found out the next day that I won, and they gave me a higher scholarship amount because they were very ecstatic about the idea of tourism. What can it do for our people? So what I like to do is highly encourage people who think about entrepreneurism. If you have young people in your families, to encourage them, because they are the next generation. Everybody sitting in here has done and continues to do that fight for us. But us next generations are the ones who are going to be standing in your place. So encourage them and think about cultural tourism. Think about what it can do for youth leadership roles, what it can do for education, what it can do for breaking down those stereotypical thoughts that people have of us. So that's all I'd like to say. And if you don't know about SDNTA, please visit our website, South Dakota Native Tourism Alliance. We are all volunteering to push forward with cultural tourism and what that's going to look like, not just for Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, but all 9 of the reservations here in South Dakota. Pilame, thank you.
Aho, washte pilamailo michungshi. Iska nakule, the thing about tourism is it can bring people together. It can bring unity to the 7 council fires. Like I said, we need allies. We need friends. This treaty was made by the government to our ancestors who were free sovereign people. They made that. They couldn't defeat us militarily, so they had to enter a treaty. And so that's how this came about, this treaty. And so, but we need allies because it's their court system. I heard that someone talk about that. It's in the court. It's in their court. And that's their court. But we need allies. We need friends. We need to reach out and let these people know what we're facing on a daily. A lot of our homelands have nonprofit businesses. So when we bring visitors, we take them to these nonprofit organizations. We tell them what they're doing, the good things that they're doing. They're reaching out into the community. Leiska, Thunder Valley, CDC, I've been working there for about 2 years, and I have some fellow colleagues in here that are in here working on different things in Thunder Valley, trying to reach out and help the people. But they operate on grants and funds and donations. So that's what tourism can do. Just in the last several years that we've been in business, we brought about 250,000 or more to different nonprofit organizations, including Oglala Lakota College. You know, we're also into the health part of it, the healing part of that. We're, you know, this generation that we're in, trying to heal and move on from those social detriments of health that we talked about. You know, trying to find ways to deal not only with the Lakota ceremonies, but also the Western ways of healing. And so bringing these two together to help so that we can move forward, move past those traumas, those type of things. So tourism for me opens a lot of doors, a lot of opportunities. You know, because like I said, the IRA, their hands are pretty much tied. They got so much fun, but these here, what my daughter talked about, entrepreneurism, making a way for ourselves. My good Kogala always tells me, he said, you got to meet that Gus Yalla here more than once. He's one of those ultra-manure type of guys. He said, Mayushi Chash. It's supposed to be entrepreneur, but he's an ultra-manure. So. Wahan Paul, what you want to say about that much, and glad to see each and every one of you. I want to say thank you for your time like that, and yeah, and if you have any questions, we're open up to a few questions before we can move on.
No, thank you over here, Justin, for your, you know, you bring up a good point, everything about tourism and all that, and I'm glad you guys are working on this. Thank you for your work, and, you know, keep it up. And as you mentioned, Tatanka Iotaka, I think we should ask the singers if we can sing his song in memory of him and all the other chiefs that fought for our way of life, and if we can all stand and say a prayer as we do this.
Oh,
Dr. Say.
Washtail. Taxes. Oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey. O hea mitake pilila piluia apelo. Apetu waste yo hapo.
Well, I was hoping I'd say this before you guys all sat down again, but we'll take a break here, 5 minutes. So I just want to thank Gus and Alexi Gus and Tangshi Tiana Yellow Hair for their presentation, but we'll take 5 minutes here. So everybody, I'll hitch to it. Aho, Plamialo, Kokawi Chasha for that song. Ake, just want to remind everybody, I want to be respectful of their time. So we're going to go ahead and get started here. Moving on our agenda, we have World Wilderness Congress, Amy Lewis. Come on down and do your presentation. Quick shout out to our co-sponsors, Sichangu Treaty Council, Glala Lakota, Oyate, Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe, Standing Rock Sioux Tribe, Honor the Earth, International Indian Treaty Council, Sitting Bull College, and Holiday Inn, Rapid City, Rushmore Plaza, and Wild 12. So with that, I'll turn it over to our relative here, Amy.
Thank you, sir. I just want to start off by thanking Phil Two Eagle for inviting me to be here and for all of you for being here. Every time I come to the Black Hills, I'm so humbled and I learned so much from you. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that in my presentation, but I want to give thanks for that learning that you share with me. A little bit about me. I'm Amy Lewis, the CEO of wild.org. We are an international wilderness conservation group. I lead this organization with the co-leader Jennifer Meyer, who is there in the audience. And I'm also here with my colleague Adam Hansen, who is our manager of conservation networks. He is also the deputy organizer of the 12th World Wilderness Congress. And most recently, he's basically been stolen by Phil Two Eagle to become his executive assistant. So if you need to contact Phil or whatnot, just get a hold of Adam and he'll help you get through. If you can go ahead and pull up the first slide of the presentation, Adam, I'd appreciate it. But before I do that, I want to share a little bit with you about my first time in the Black Hills. So it was December 2019, and my partner, who incidentally is from an original nation, not here in North America, but from South America. He comes from the Mapuche people in Chile. And let me just tell you a little bit about the Mapuche first. They never ceded their territory either. They defeated the Spanish and signed a treaty with them. And when the country of Chile was formed, the new country would not recognize that treaty. Interestingly enough, the word Chile comes from an Incan word that means the end. And it referred to the end of the Incan Empire because the Mapuche were such fierce fighters that the Incan Empire stopped at the Biobío River, which is where their territory began. And the Mapuche didn't build great structures that lasted for the centuries, but they kept the ecology intact. That is their legacy to our earth. So anyway, my partner has this thing about the points of inaccessibility. Have any of you heard this term before? They're basically the points that are furthest away from a coastline, both in the oceans and on continents. And he's been to a couple of these points in South America and Asia, but he hadn't been to the one in North America yet. And he invited me to come with him. And I'm like, sure. And you will never guess where North America's point of inaccessibility is. Pine Ridge. Pine Ridge. And I mean, it's in the middle of nowhere in Pine Ridge. We drove up to Pine Ridge from Colorado, and it's December. There's like about, I don't know, 20 feet of snow on the ground. The wind is 700 miles per hour. And we're like, we walked by someone's house and we asked them permission because we didn't know if this is, part of their homestead or whatnot. And we walk out to where we think it is, and there's basically this giant ravine that goes down. There's no way we were gonna and by the way, there's this tiny little dog that was following us, and it was like bounding through the snow. I thought this poor dog was gonna die, but it wanted to come. And there's this ravine. There's almost it's like a hole in the earth, and that's where the point of inaccessibility is for North America. So we visited there, and then we came to Rapid City, and that was my first time in the Black Hills. And on my way to Rapid City, we passed by the place of Wounded Knee, and it was December 29th, and that's when I remembered. That was my first time in the Black Hills. My second time in the Black Hills, Phil Two Eagle asked me to bring the world here. And that is how the 12th World Wilderness Congress was born. Next slide, please. So a little bit about my organization. As I mentioned, we are a wilderness conservation group. But our preferred method for protecting our wild planet is through cultural-based approaches to conservation. A little known fact, it's become increasingly well-known. If you could click, please, Adam. 80% of the world's remaining biodiversity is on indigenous lands. Maybe not official territories, but indigenous people are still the primary occupants and the primary stewards of those areas. Also, nearly 40% of the remaining wildlands are on indigenous lands. And what this suggests to me and to others is that despite the lack of resources, despite the imperialism, the colonialism, the oppression, despite the fact that Washichu culture has all this science and technology and money and whatnot, there is something about indigenous life ways that make them the best conservationist. And if that's true, my civilization has a hell of a lot to learn from yours. And maybe we should start creating platforms where that knowledge and teaching, if we can humble ourselves enough, that knowledge and teaching can begin to be transferred so that we can live in a better, more respectful way with each other and with the other life forms around us. Next slide, please. So these are the two co-founders of WILD, my organization. This is Makubo Ntumbela, a Zulu elder on the right, and Ian Player, a white South African game ranger on the left. And together they did something that had never been done before. And this is in apartheid South Africa, right? Apartheid South Africa, racist and there to the extreme, so much so that even their friendship was illegal. But working together and under Makubu's mentorship, they were able to do something that had never been done before. That is take a major species off of the IUCN endangered species list. That was the southern white rhino. And both of them recognized that they could go around and continue to save one species at a time and win a lot of battles, but lose the war. Because the war is a broken relationship with nature. And that's something that Makubu recognized. So Makubu called for a global indaba, a global meeting of the tribes, of the nations, to come together across all of our different institutions and cultures and identify shared priorities and shared values and actions that we can take together to heal our relationship with the world. That is the mission of the World Wilderness Congress. Additionally, wilderness in North America has some meanings that aren't exactly friendly to the original peoples here. The idea that this is a place where man can visit but not remain. But that's not the definition that Makubu and Ian had, nor is it the definition that Wild has fought for at international institutions. In fact, when Makubu and Ian went out into the backcountry to find a symbol for our organization, they found none. They looked for days and they found none. But when they came back to Makubu's kraal, Makubu bent down and he picked up a leaf of the erythrina plant, a plant that grows on every kraal in that region of Africa. And he handed it to Ian and he said, "This is the symbol of our organization because this leaf grows on every home and wilderness is our home." Can you click? So actually, there's some quotes here from Ian and whatnot. So that's a little bit about my organization, and I just wanted you to know that information, as we have a slightly different ethic than a lot of wilderness conservation groups out there. Next slide, please. So before I really begin to get into the 12th World Wilderness Congress, I want to ask the question of you, what does decolonization look like? I mean, land back, right? But while we work for that, what are other steps that we can observe to tell us that colonial rule is weakening? I mentioned earlier that every time I come to the Black Hills, I learn something. This recent trip, I've learned many, many things, but I want to highlight 4 things that I've learned. This morning, from Steve Newcomb, I learned the meaning of a word in my own language that I had never truly understood. For months now, I have been saying that the World Wilderness Congress is a way for my civilization to learn from your civilization. But Steve said, no, you can't use the word civilization because at its root, civilization means dominion. We don't have, mind you, I only use the word civilization because I wanted to put indigenous life ways on an equal footing with those of my people. But now I know that's wrong, even though we know indigenous life ways are superior. So now I know that's wrong. And I will start using life ways. We have to learn from the life ways of the original people to improve our life ways. And I learned from Paula Antoine in her presentation that there is no treaty without the land, and there is no land without a treaty. which suggests to me that this space that we're in, that we call Earth, that it was created for relationships, that the Creator and the land itself demands that we make agreements and commitments that we keep to each other, and that these are the foundations of relationships. And that's something my civilization doesn't remember, it's lost. But we can learn from the life ways of original people to understand that better. And I've learned from Vivian Delgado that Indigenous people have a different consciousness. The elders have a different consciousness. And that because of assimilation, that consciousness may be disappearing in the younger people. And I saw an example of that consciousness during the Docket 74 talk. There was a gentleman, he was sitting over here at this table, and he was talking about how the land and our relationship with it exists with or without colonization. And we need to start acting that way. That's an example of consciousness. And it reminded me that all of these ideas we have of private property and who owns this and who owns that, that's all in our heads. That's something that my civilization imagined, we dreamed up, and we imposed it on everyone else. So we're all pretending like this is real, like it's physical law, but it's not. It's just something we invented and we impose on others. And it's time, I think, that a different consciousness pierces that idea. So what I'm trying to say is that the World Wilderness Congress is this 12th World Wilderness Congress that Phil has asked for in Lakota territory, in the Black Hills, that it is a platform to bring the world here, to bring the wilderness conservation sector here, so that hopefully they can listen to you and they can start learning these things. And sure, we have some things that maybe we can offer and that we can teach in exchange. But it's high time that we don't just include the original peoples in conservation, that we put their values, principles, and leaders at the center of what we're doing. Because in my opinion, they know a hell of a lot more about this subject matter than we do. Can you go to the next slide? So when you have the land back, how different will your relationship look with other civilizations and with the land? Next slide. If you can just kind of click through. And in terms of what does decolonization look like outside of getting the land back, which I'm here to serve, and whatever it is I can bring to this effort, I'm going to do my best to help. But I'm also seeing that these other things are important, that there's reciprocity between my people and the original peoples. That we have something, and I'm sure this is just what I call it, and I'm sure other people have dealt with this subject in a much better and deeper way, but I call it reverse assimilation. This is kind of like the flip side of cultural appropriation. Cultural appropriation is when we take without permission something from our own benefit, from your culture. But reverse assimilation is when, out of respect, we conform to the values and institutions of original peoples when we're on their land. Because that's the right thing to do, and because maybe they know a little bit about how to treat the land better than we do. And sovereignty. How sovereignty isn't a yes or no, sovereignty is a spectrum. And how increasing sovereignty is a sign that colonialism is ending. Not just sovereignty for the original peoples, but sovereignty for all of the nations and all of our relations, the wildlife, the plants, the land itself, the sky, the climate, sovereignty of these entities, a return of that, and respect. It all comes down to respect. Next slide, please. So the problem is life on our planet is less intact than it's ever been. We have less wild areas than we have ever had in our civilization. Like, we're turning the giant planet into a garden and a farm and a city. And all of those places that have lived free without the restraint of civilization, they are diminishing. We know what needs to be done in theory. We need to maintain those areas. We need to respect them. But we lack the wisdom to do it. For all our science, for all our technology, for all of our government power, we are unable to deploy those things effectively to keep our planet wild. Next slide, please. I mentioned this little factoid here. 80% of remaining biodiversity is stewarded by indigenous communities and nearly 40% of remaining wildlands. Next slide. So to me, a big part of the solution is maybe it's time to seek the wisdom from other life ways and from other the life ways of original peoples in particular. And that's what the purpose of this 12th World Wilderness Congress is, Wild 12th. It will be here next year at the monument from August 25th to 31st. We are expecting approximately 2,000 delegates from all over the world. I have been traveling quite a bit recently to speak with many mainstream conservation groups and institutions, the IUCN, folks from the United Nations, folks from other big conservation groups, as well as other indigenous communities in the Western Amazon, the Yawanawa people, who will be sending a delegation. I've spoken to and personally invited Brazil's Minister of Indigenous Peoples. I've spoken to members of the Maasai community in Africa who are very excited about attending. I'm in the talks with the Sami people and with their youth networks to bring them here, and not just to bring them here, but to include them in the processes leading up to the Congress, because this is a Congress. It's a place where we make decisions, we make agreements with each other about how we're going to care for the planet and its wild places. So we're having resolutions at this Congress, resolutions that WILD, through our membership in international institutions, will take to those places, and we'll do our best using the language of our delegates, most of whom will be from original communities, I'm hoping, to shape international law. One of those declarations, one that's closest to my heart, I think, is reinterpreting wilderness, that word that has been defined primarily by Washichu, reinterpreting it with the words used in the language of original peoples, their meanings and their relationships and their practices for living as a part of the land, not separate from it. Next slide, please. Okay, Congress, not a conference. Next slide. It's a little bit about the history of the World Wilderness Congress. These are all the places it's been in prior to HESAPA. It started in South Africa. I thought it says 1990, it should say 1977, which was 1977 and 2001. There was Australia in 1980, Scotland in 1983, Denver, Colorado in 1984 or 1987. Then it went to Norway. It's been in Spain. It's been in India twice. It's been back in South Africa. It was in Mexico. Every single time the Congress had a government as the host. Every single time. It was one of those countries, Australia, Mexico, whatever, they were the hosts. This is the first time that a traditional government will be hosting the Congress, because Phil is the one who asked me to bring it here. The Chichangu Lakota Treaty Council, on behalf of the Oceti Sakowin, is the host of this Congress. Next slide. So this is a little bit about the Congress. I mean, this will be online if you want to read it more, but we forge common priorities, mobilize coordinated actions, recognize common origins. The fact is, everything that we are, that we value most about ourselves, we inherited from our relatives in the wild, whether it was the animals that we hunted or the ones that hunted us. Our ingenuity, our persistence, our resilience, our intelligence, they are gifts. They are gifts from those wild animals. And when we respect them and come together to make sure they can remain sovereign, we respect those parts of ourselves that they gave to us. Next slide. I don't need to tell anyone in this room why we need to protect the wild, so I'm going to skip this slide. These are some of the specific outcomes that we have for Wild 12. So as I stated, that official declaration that reinterprets wilderness through the meanings of original peoples. This is not an original concept. White people didn't invent it. It's just wilderness just happens to be our word for it. So we need to start recognizing that fact. Then there's a globally accepted framework for tribal-led wilderness designations on tribal lands. You know, I think that this framework empowering other nations to make their own wilderness designations on their land is another layer of enforcement and protection around potentially sacred sites, around areas that Indigenous peoples believe are too important for industrial activity to occur in, whether that's DAPL or mining or anything else. So having some type of tool like that would just be another way to strengthen protections around those areas. A declaration urging the restoration of Indigenous peoples' lands to meet the half spatial target. So you've probably all heard of 1.5 degrees. We have to keep the climate temperature rise under 1.5 degrees before catastrophic outcomes start to happen. The biodiversity corollary for that, because as we were talking about earlier, the land is a whole. It includes the climate, it includes the spiritual entities on the land, it includes us. So it's not just about the climate, it's about that other part of the system, the biodiversity component. The biodiversity corollary to 1.5 degrees is 50%. Scientists tell us we have to keep at least 50% of the planet wild and intact in order to keep all those gifts that we get from the land, rainfall, clean water, soil fertility. We have to keep that intact or those gifts will go away. And so Wild's preferred method of doing that is expanding the land tenure of the original peoples. It maybe isn't primarily for conservation values, but it achieves it. So let's do it that way. And let's capacitate and empower those people who maybe need a little bit more help to achieve this, to do that. That's the best way to go about this. And then finally, a platform to help unify the restoration of wild bison to the northern Great Plains. So we're not just talking about a herd at a time, which is important for food security, but we're talking about restoring the land at a landscape scale through the restoration of bison at a very large scale. Okay, next slide. A little bit about the structure. Our executive hosts are the Sichangu Lakota Oyate on behalf of the Oceti Sakowin. And the executive organizers are Wild. So we're not the hosts. We just organize this. We've been doing it for decades. And next slide. We have others to help us. So there's other organizers, not executives, but the Aldo Leopold Wilderness Research Institute, the World Commission on Protected Area, grounded.org, One Earth, they're helping us. You know, talking with Phil about this, but would like to consider other hosts, not executives, but others coming in, especially the tribal councils. Would be great to run resolutions through them where they're supporting this and become a part of this effort. So definitely be expecting Phil and I to reach out to you in the new year about this. Okay, next slide. This is our team, our executive team. So we have Phil Two Eagle leading us. Me and my dog Mapu. There's Adam Hansen, Jennifer Meyer, James Ratlingleaf kind of made this all happen. He made the introduction between me and Phil. There's Jason Taylor from the Aldo Leopold Research Institute, Crystal Tubles from Honor the Earth, Yen Perico, part of the Wild team. She's also the director of our youth network, Coalition Wild. Ampo Jensen, hi Ampo. Madhu Rao, who's the chairwoman of the World Commission on Protected Areas, and Jenny from the Rock, also known as Jen Martell. And then next slide, please. these are some of our prior delegates. We had James Baker, Secretary of the Treasury for the United States in 1987. Gro Harlem Brundtland, the Prime Minister of Norway in 1993. Cyril Ramaphosa, President of South Africa in 2001. Jane Goodall, no need to introduce her, I'm assuming. Carlos Salinas de Gortari, President of Mexico. Chief Tashka Yawanawa, a good friend of mine from the Western Amazon, and he and his wife and some of his people will be attending this Congress. Next slide. These are some of our prospective delegates, people we're inviting. Deb Holland, of course. Robin Kimmerer, the author of Braiding Sweetgrass. And I really am hoping that you can get Jason Momoa. That'd be so cool. I mean, like, yeah, he could just stand on the stage for hours and it would be fine. Okay, next slide. Okay, so I want to share with you our video. And remember, the primary audience in the past for the world, we've always included Indigenous peoples, and more so than most international events, and I'm proud to say, but that's not enough. I want them to be fully integrated and at the center of this. But so our primary audience, though, still is kind of mainstream conservation, and there will be topics to serve that audience, even as we focus and emphasize on those topics that are most relevant to the original peoples and their conservation efforts. So this video is trying to bridge those two worlds. So if it's not as original peoples heavy as you'd like, my apologies. It is narrated, though, by Julie Kajun, one of our trustees, who is an actress from the Confederated Salish Kootenai. Adam, could you play that video, please? Oh, and it's not. Maybe the volume won't work. Okay. I understand the challenges of live streaming and volume. I would encourage you to go to wild12.org. That's the website. The video is right there on the front page and you can watch it. The message of the video is that wilderness is our home. And it has the Oceti Sakowin and the Shichangu Lakota Treaty Council as the executive hosts. So I would definitely encourage you to check that out. Next slide. Adam valiantly wrestling with technology. So thank you so much for listening to this presentation. I really hope to see all of you at the Congress in August. It's going to be so much fun. I'll certainly be, I've already been talking with many of you about ways you can participate. We want to have a bison rendering demonstration. We want to feature global indigenous fashion. So there'll be a fashion show. We're talking to the South Dakota Native tourism folks about ways that the Lakota people can share their places in their words with our delegates. So just know that that will be happening increasingly in the next few months, and I look forward to meeting with and working with all of you. Thank you. Oh, questions? Yes, sir. You tell me. I think, there's this language that's a mixture of Spanish and English called Spanglish. I think we might call this like languish, I don't know. Yes, Andy.
In addition to practicing and teaching on Indigenous peoples law, I also practice and teach earth jurisprudence and earth ethics and teach that at the law school. There's a long history of environmental arrogance and the practice of mostly white environmental organizations opportunistically taking the messages away from Native peoples and exploiting them for their own purposes. It's being done right now in terms of the conservation movement, where they're moving in India. I don't know if you all know, they're moving 1 million indigenous peoples out of the forest of India, supposedly to protect the forest. The Maasai in Africa, the Pygmies in Africa are being moved to protect the forest. There's eco-tourism programs in Honduras that are restricting the ability of Native people to use their traditional lands to hunt and fish and restricting their territories. And there's human rights judgments on that. And there was a very prominent declaration made, I believe in around 1976 by the prominent progressive Native leaders condemning the Sierra Club and others for what they were, for their environmental arrogance that they have. So there's a long history of this. And it also goes, this is the 200th anniversary of McIntosh. And I'd encourage you to read that decision, because in that decision, there's two things in there. In order to be able to declare the land terra nullius, which means empty land, so they could exercise the doctrine of discovery under international law, they had to declare the land was unoccupied. The land, and so they had to declare it was wilderness. In order to declare it was wilderness, they had to state that the native people that were occupying that land did not exist. The land was not wilderness to native people. It was wilderness to the Europeans. And so this whole concept of wilderness and wild has a different meaning for within the international law of native people, the history of native people and colonialism. The other thing that's contained in that decision is the applications of the principles of John Locke, which borrowed from the Bible, the Christian view of the earth being and the property and the earth belonging to man, and that there's a command of God that man should exploit the earth. That's the basis. I teach this. That's the basis of Western property law, as well as Western environmental law. So I appreciate your presentation. It sounds like you're making some progress on this, but you're still preserving wilderness and wild. And I think there needs to be some big discussions about redefining those terms if you're going to use them in your work. I would suggest that you have numerous workshops and so forth talking about rejecting the doctrine of discovery because helping to put the environmental movement on the correct course. The Rights of Mother Earth movement has been led by Native people. The World Conference on the Rights of Mother Earth in Cochabamba, for example, which I went to, was led by Native people. The Earth Summit, the Big Earth March in Washington, in New York, was also led by Native people. And so, point I'm trying to make is there's a long history here. There's a lot that needs to be done from the white community to set things straight and to educate white people. I don't think you need to educate Native people, but we need to educate white people about the dynamics on this, so that kind of arrogance that is traditional from Europe doesn't continue and doesn't dominate the discussions. So that's my only recommendation. I think what you're doing is great. I just encourage you to keep it within the historical context, both within colonialism and racism from Europe, and as well as the arrogance of the environmental movements towards Native peoples. So that's all. If you want to comment on that, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Andy, I appreciate your comment, and certainly I would like to discuss with you more. And I feel ashamed and embarrassed about how wilderness was co-opted to serve imperialism. That's not the first time empire has co-opted something that was a neutral term, possibly even a good term. From my point of view, from my civilization, wilderness is really kind of the only word we have where we're meeting nature at its own terms, where we aren't just viewing it as a place we go to take from. And so if there's a reason why I'm trying to redeem that word or restore it to some, or transform it to something that's more understood by original peoples, that's the reason why. But second, when Phil asked me, and I hadn't even told him about the Congress, right? Like, I was here working on something else. It was last October. He took me into the Black Hills. It was super moving. And before he asked me to bring the world to the Black Hills, he shared with me the Lakota word for wilderness, manita. And at that time, he told me this means to wander in a place with no ending. And I was like, wow, that should be the definition of this word. Yes, sir. I'm not finished with that comment, Andy. I want to talk more, and you're 100% right. And this is the last thing we want to see happen. Wilderness, also, I'd encourage you to look at wilderness category 1B at the IUCN. Wild fought hard for that. It places equal emphasis on the protection of cultures and ecosystems.
Last question.
Sorry. Yes, sir.
Oh, first of all, my name is Claude Two Oak. Sichongo Treaty Council's president for the past 9 years. Just wanted to add on to what was discussed and from the teachings that I hang on to and what I believe in. Our medicinal people have communicated with the rocks, the water, the trees, the wind. And that belief system was intact before the interruption came in 1492. And our Lakota language, I always believed that, I call it sacred vibration, came from Mother Earth. And we understood and communicated with all animals. The energy of the blue came from the creator called Ea. Why everything blue, Ko, is considered sacred. So that energy before 1492 came to our Lakota people, what happened on the East Coast. What we welcomed the first immigrants to our land. We helped them live. In return, they started their domination to our people, to our wood, to our water. The Wahukoza, the winged nation, were just like cell phones in those days. They brought us the message of what happened. The head cutting, the butchering that went on without no respect to our people that have a culture, a language. I was told that we didn't have to use our tongue, our mouth to communicate with our relatives. Why we use the term mitakuye. Today we end our prayers with mitakuye. We ask it. That was intact for many years, all the way back to creation. How we communicated to the whole universe when we send a prayer. As we slowly got assimilated, there was a sacred vibration that we called song. A lot of our prayers were sung. There's a certain vibration in there that makes people cry. And why the animals help us with these prayers. I was told the last ones who sing these prayers are the coyotes and the wolves. They release in the sacred vibration. why a woman releases a sacred vibration when she brings new life to this world. Well, these are teachings that got me interested in these energies of life. And our ancestors believed that everything moves. Whatever is sacred and holy moves. There's nothing that stands still. I look forward when Phil told me about why I'll come into the Black Hills and the teachings from other relatives on this world. It helps me with saving our planet, Mother Earth. We call the earth our mother. All living energy has the umbilical cord to Mother Earth. It makes me sad when I heard and read of the so-called 5 civilized tribes that the umbilical cord was cut and placed in Oklahoma. That teaching of what they connected with also disappeared. A lot of our brothers today who from other tribes that have lost that connection have borrowed some of the teachings from the nearby tribes, the sacred energy and the vibration of love. I just want to share that before I talk too long. Thank you.
I raised my hand earlier to you, ma'am, but you know, it was ignored. I'm Chanupa, Gluha Money again, okay? I was reading your flyer, okay? And this is supposed to be going on next August on the 25th through the 31st. Hey, honey, I seen a group of people do this, okay? And when you involve the people to attend something like this, please keep in mind that it would be more appropriate for you to address it to more of people that are elderly prone, like our women. Women, number one, because we're a matriarchal people. In your people's world, we're patriarchal. We don't have a value for our women anymore because we all wear pants. So we dehumanize our women. Well, I'm against stuff like that. And when I read the back of this, what really grieves me all the time is that when meetings like this are being conducted from outside entities, we never, ever want to talk about independence. To decolonize people is to tell all my people sitting in here, leave your phones in your car. That's a small start of it. And my people, older in my age, 66, they're on them. I'm watching this. So we as Gray Eagles from the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, we're always subjugated for the last. Okay? They don't like us because we're very outspoken. We have a jealousy. But if that's one of the cases that you got illustrated on the back of your flyer, keep that in mind. Because in the white man's term, your people declared Independence Day, 4th of July. And yet my people still don't get it. Honey, wash you happy. They had this way before the beginning of time. So future, in the future, somewhere up there, keep that in your heart because a lot of our people get misconstrued from different languages of the American and colonizers' language, man. We honor that rather than using our own. They say this in our language. They say, "Wola kota ki lilo otechike. Champeto anji he lushna hanta. Oyate ni tropi shicha wankokte." Which is true. People don't use the language anymore. So food for thought. Maybe if you're going to do another gathering somewhere, try to include the freedoms of that independence. That's my question and answer to you. Thank you.
And I just want to apologize to the young leader here. If I did you any disrespect with Minnie Wopes, my apologies. I meant many things. And don't smile at me like you're like totally teasing me, but I just want to make sure that I don't want to do you any disrespect.
Is this your phone? Is this your phone?
Sorry, I'm totally colonized. I had my phone.
Okay, moving on our agenda here, I'd like to call Dr. Vivian Delgado to discuss the effects of assimilation and colonization.
Before Vivian begins her presentation, I want to remind us of the Wola Kota Kota behavior that we have in the packet. Please read that. I always like to represent my people as a very diplomatic kind of a people. We're very respectful and we try not to disrespect anyone, especially our visitors that come to this Chesapa, Pilama.
They created those code of conducts for like she Phil here. If she pulled up her slide on Protect the Wild, you would have seen a picture of Phil there. He really likes to get lila wa togla. He likes to get wild. That's why we got a Kichita outside for Phil. So, yeah,
I just want a quick clarification on the wild twal. In Lakota language, there's a different context to it, but they work with the wild wilderness, things like that. In Lakota, we say wathogala, and but it's two different things. They've been working on this for a long time. So, but when you come into Lakota country, then it's going to mean different. So, or else it would have said wathogala twal, but we'll keep things as they are. That's the wathogala oglalas or something like Rick was reminding me.
Okay, here we go. Haumitakiape, wasewa kanwia, hemie shante washte, iyuha ichichiapie. I want to say, that my mother, my biological mother, was from Taos Territory. So I'm Tiwa Tewa. My dad is Yaqui, and the pueblo that I identify with is Pasco Yaqui in Tucson. I also was grown up on the Standing Rock Reservation. I was adopted there. My adopted mother is Sophie Taken Alive, and my adopted father was Leon Schuetzienemy. They were very traditional. So I spent my younger years there. I lived for a while also at Greengrass with Stanley and Cecilia Looking Horse. My daughter and my grandson are enrolled members of the Standing Rock Sioux tribe. So I have a connection and a love for our people and for the work that we do. I started working with treaties. I was probably maybe about 20 years old with the Black Hills Treaty Alliance in Fort Yates. At that time, I really didn't understand treaties, so I took a lot of notes, and the elders would just tell me to just take notes. And they said, someday this is all going to click in and make sense to you. So when I first started working with Phil, I was taking notes from him. I'm a professor I have a degree in Native American philosophy or indigenous philosophy. And the story behind that is kind of interesting too, because I went to the University of North Dakota. And when I was there, there actually wasn't a degree in my field. So the chair of my committee asked me to develop my own degree, and I did. And as I was developing it, I realized that there wasn't anybody at this institution or at any other university in the United States that had any knowledge of what I was proposing to do. So I went in as my own expert because there wasn't anybody who could evaluate what I was doing. And I did an interview study of 5 different tribes across the United States, which was very interesting. And my research question was, what was the definition of wisdom? So in the process, you just can't go to tribes and ask them to share with you their most sacred information. So I created like a traditional gatekeeping where you take gifts, you present yourself as family, basically. And then you stay there and learn with them as long as it takes. So some of those interviews were 3 days, some of them were 5 days. I decided to interview my own grandmother that took 10 days because she didn't speak English and she didn't want to be filmed and she didn't want to be recorded and she didn't like what I was doing because she thought I should already know this stuff. So that's how I came to working with treaties. So I developed a program at Bemidji State University, which is center to 3 of the largest Ojibwe tribes in Minnesota. And when I was there, I developed a degree in Indigenous Studies. One of them was federal Indian law or anti-Indian law. And there was a lot of work with treaties. And the interesting thing about working there was that it was a decolonial social justice curriculum. And when I was there, I received a grant from the Bush Foundation to study anti-racism strategies in Bemidji. Bemidji's a border town. It's very racist. It's very much like Rapid City. So I wasn't very popular at the university, as you can imagine, with all the white administrators. We're always like, get rid of Delgado. She's, ruffling everybody's feathers, that kind of stuff. But in the process of doing this work for 4 years, I did have a lot of non-Indians that would attend our Zoom meetings, and they weren't shy about speaking about their racism and what they thought about Indians. And it was a really serious wake-up call for me. And also we had one person on the team who looked white, and she's an enrolled member of Red Lake Nation. And I thought her role was important too, because a lot of times we now have Indians that don't look like Indians that work with us. And I didn't know how to approach that, but she made it very comfortable. And she would say, I'm majority white, but I'm an enrolled member of a tribe. And so she would put that out there. And I think that kind of lessened the tension between Indians and white. So that was a big lesson for me to learn with working with racism. So I think I told you that I have a daughter and a grandson, and my daughter pretty much was brought up this way. She knows pretty much everything I know. She's kind of like taking a break from all this, I guess. And my grandson is 7. I work with Oceti Sakowin with Phil Two Eagle, and so I'm really grateful to Phil, the work that he does. And because my biological parents are from different Pueblo tribes, I want to say that Oceti is leading the pack. When you look at all the other all the other tribes in the United States, and if you look at their treaties, it's really the Lakotas. They're the ones that are leading the way. And so my hands are up to everybody in this room. You're very important to me. This work is very important to me. I see our land as our identity. We're not separate from the land. So whatever happens to that is going to happen to us. And that's why we're so deeply concerned about what we do and what we say. Also want to say that this beautiful sacred pipe sitting over here has really opened me up, sitting this close to the pipe, hearing those songs. I want my hands up to Claude Tuelk. Yesterday, he spoke about everything that women do is sacred. That was so emotional for me. I need to hear that more from men, from Native men, Indigenous, our men, because it strengthens us to know that everything we do, everything we touch, what we're trying to do is recognize the power of our men. We want you to have that. We don't want to take that away. But we also need to understand our roles too. And so I want to thank the two women, the elder women that were up here yesterday that spoke to us, and they spoke from the heart. And it was good. It was good for me to hear that. I only have one sister left living at Standing Rock. She's in Little Eagle. And I have two sisters left living, and they're both in Colorado. And the rest of my family is pretty much deceased. When I was living in Minnesota, I had 22 family members that died in 6 years. So I went through a whole major grieving process, and it was really a challenge. I want you to know that therapy, Western therapy, does not work for that kind of trauma. And so all of my strength, all of my help I got from ceremonies and from praying with the pipe. So that's kind of where I'm coming from with that. I also am a consultant for the International Treaty Council, and that's located in Tucson, Arizona. The host tribe there is Pasquayaki, so I kind of get it on both ends when I go there, because that's my dad's tribe, and it's also the International Treaty Office location. And so we have hosted many conferences and Indigenous people. And I want to say that we're more alike than we are different. When it comes right down to the core of how we think and our feelings, we're all one. We're one big family in that kind of a way. So should move on to my slides before I get too carried away with all of my personal stuff there. But I do want to thank everybody, apologize to the elders here, especially those that have much more wisdom than I do. I'm just grateful to be here. It's truly an honor. Again, thank my hands up to Phil Two Eagle for being so brave to do this kind of work. So we know the cause and effect of assimilation and colonization goes beyond the political realm of any one tribal government. And I say that because it affects all of us, not just politically or socially. It's embedded also into our psychology, how we think and how we see the world. And because my research has been in consciousness, I am concerned about how people think. I am concerned about how I can affect how they think. And I want it to be in a good way, in a positive way, because that's really where our unity is. And that's really where we're going to go from here. If we're going to unite, we have to be one with ourselves. I think Amy asked, what does decolonization look like? Decolonization looks like good health. And good health includes our psychology, our mind, our spirit, our body. And we have to be aware of that. And it's a challenge. Everything we do every day in this modern world is a distraction. So how do we hang on to our consciousness? How do we embrace the sacred as we move through our day? That's a challenge. But we used to live that way. So we're not that far from it. It's just like on the verge, the tips of our fingers, we just have to embrace it. But we have to keep telling each other that. We have to encourage each other to do that. So we know the Bureau of Indian Affairs was always interested in criminal jurisdiction, that kind of thing. Last month, I was stopped 3 times by the police. I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't have any traffic tickets. One of them was somebody backed into me. I was found guilty. Another one was I bumped into a car in a parking lot and I got a ticket for not wearing my seatbelt in a parking lot. And then the last one was driving on the fog line. I didn't know there was a fog line, but it's the white line on the shoulder. And so I'm being profiled. Probably many of you here are being profiled too, but that's part of this whole being colonized. And then, so we know that colonization and assimilation was to promote our extermination and just get rid of us. And then we know everyone here is aware of the materialistic greed and the approach when the dominant society thinks about our environments and natural resources. So, and how do we stop that? You know, that's going to be a challenge too. I'm going to talk more about that later. And then we know that the United States government destroyed one nation after another. All tribes have a dark history of colonization. They've all been touched. We're fortunate, you know, the Lakota people here, if we looked at a spectrum, are on the far end of really maintaining culture, history, and language. You have to really give yourself credit for that, because there are tribes who have lost not only their land and their natural resources, they've also lost their culture, their history, and their language. And they want to know and they want to learn. But, you know, they also need to know about themselves as well as other tribes. So where did that go? So I want to say that much. And then when I was at Bemidji State, I did teach a class called Social Justice, and we focused on white supremacy. And one of the books that I used was called The White Racial Frame, and it's by a man named Joe Fagan, and he wrote that book, and he really addressed how racism is impermeated in everything that we do. So it's impermeated in all of the offices that we hold, all of the grants that we write, all of the funding that we get, everything. The US government has not unturned any stone in this country. They thought it through. They're still thinking it through. They don't want us to have that power. They're afraid of us. And they're not afraid of us because of military force or because we're radical. They're afraid of us because of our spirit. They know that what we're saying is true. They know it's powerful. And so I want to encourage everybody to keep doing what they do. So this is the slide that I wanted to spend some time on, that I took some notes. And as we know, the inherited European diseases created mental health conditions, narcissism. It affected all of the religions, the values and beliefs. And the values and beliefs are believed to be the premise of colonization and assimilation. So when we look at religion, we have the reverse savior complex. And that's like individuals repeating a trauma of the past over and over and then feel like they need to be saved. We see a lot of that. And then the Christian church did not work for all Indians because many of them resisted what they couldn't understand. I had a friend who said he would go to church, and once the preacher started talking, he talked in a language that made him nauseous. He'd actually get sick to his stomach and try to go to sleep because he couldn't comprehend what this priest was trying to say. And I totally understand that because it's not our religion. None of us are Roman, and we're not Catholic by origin. All of that was brought here, or other denominations. And then we have another term called the Messiah complex, which is a mental state in which a person believes that they are a prophet. We see a lot of that, and not just from natives, but non-natives too. So, and that's where the word occult comes from. There's a lot of those out there, and it's people seeking personal power for the most part, or some kind of power. And then there's another term called, under the alcohol column, the loose cannons. And those are people, and it doesn't even really have to be somebody who's under the influence of alcohol or any substance, because you can inherit these characteristics from your parents or from another ancestor. And it's when you just speak out of turn, you don't even know that you're being rude. And so I really do like that protocol at the beginning when we talk, that we apologize first, because we don't know what's going to come out. Where our spirit is still in full effect, no matter what we do. So we have to slow it down. We have to be careful. We have to look at these things. And then we become our own worst enemies. There's 3 examples that I wanted to share with you. And one of them goes back to the year 2000 when Kevin Gover was the assistant to the Secretary of Interior. He spoke at the National Indian Education Association about taking a trip to Standing Rock because the suicide rate was so high. So he went in to see the youth, and he went into the jail where they were being kept. And he said at the bottom of the cell was carved into the wall, suicide, and it was spelled SIOUXICIDE. And he realized the depth of the seriousness that the youth were giving to suicide. And he knew it was a problem, and he knew it was an epidemic, and it was something that he wanted to address. So, and with the young people that he spoke with at that time, they said it was because they are not learning their culture and their language and their history in the home, that some of them are even afraid to be at home. So, and so that puts that responsibility back on us as adults and parents, because we don't want that for our children. And then there's another example. In 2015, there was a mass shooting at Red Lake Nation when there was 10 students that were killed in this mass shooting. So I did an interview off the reservation with a couple of the teachers and parents, and they all said the same thing. They said their children feel like imposters because they're native, but they really don't know their culture and their language and their history. And then there was a third example, and some of you were there in 2018 at Bear Butte. We had a treaty meeting there, And there was a youth panel, most of them I think were from Northern Arapaho. And they spoke about how they wanted their parents to be parents. They wanted their parents to act like parents. They didn't want their parents to be cool and act like they were their friend or one of them. They wanted to know their history. They wanted to know their culture. They wanted their parents to be strong so they could be strong. So we're getting all of these messages from youths throughout, the decades about wanting exactly what we're talking about in this room. So each of us, we can do our part and do that. So I wanted to say that on the alcohol part, because substance abuse has a lot to do with it, and maybe not always, but because we're so closely knit. And then I also hear people use the word we're empathic, that we're empaths, we can feel what's going on, and that's true. And we have to be careful with that too, because we feel each other and we feel each other's suffering. And so we need to take care of that. We also need to feel each other when we're happy too. So, and these are real deep issues. I talked a little bit about Phil with that too. And he said, well, and I told him these are all psychological issues. And he said, yes. And so I'm trying to be careful, and I'm not trying to hurt anybody or say anything out of line or be intentional about any of these things. I'm just trying to share. Then I also wanted to address the attack on traditional governments, where we see in our homes, in our communities, where elders are not respected. And that needs to change. One of the things that I thought that goes there, along with the next statement about traditional values are seen as inferior to Western man, is that just because Western man does not understand our emotional attachment to the land and culture does not mean that it doesn't exist. Because they move around us like they don't know that we are feeling all these things. That when we talk about our culture, our families, the land, that we're really talking about our emotions. They're not separate from that. We're talking about a whole being, a whole purpose, a whole reason why we do these things. Now I wanted to talk a little bit about the signing of treaties and the unwavering efforts to always have to prove who we are. I liked a lot with what Andy Reid and Steve Newcomb had to say. We don't need permission to be who we are. If we're really going to follow traditional government is based on natural law. Natural law tells us we just have to be who we are. That's it. And so, we are so far away from living in a natural way that we don't know how to do that anymore. So as I talk more, I'm going to get a little bit into that. And then I wanted to address the reservation period, where we start to see the destruction of traditional governments. The US government, when they brought in the cavalry and their military to make us conform, assimilate, and colonize, was because they didn't understand who we were. They didn't understand that we already had an intelligence much more developed than theirs. We lived off the land. We knew things that they probably to this day still don't understand. So, and so because of that, we're still having to prove that we are who we are. That's why there's all these attempts to discredit who we are. That's why all these history books are written by non-Indians. Now, if all those books were written by Indians, we'd be telling a whole different story. And then they see us as a threat to their government because we don't agree. We can't agree because it's a foreign system. And it's just a clash. We're never gonna totally assimilate. It's not possible. If you're truly indigenous, it's not possible to be totally assimilated, because your DNA, your natural self is not gonna allow you to. I seen that with my mom a lot. My biological mom, because my dad was working, and there were times when he could give her things or ask her to get something for herself, and she could do that, but she never chose to. She still wanted to sew her own clothes, do her own cooking. She wasn't into that. And that's when I realized some people cannot be assimilated. They don't want that lifestyle. And I think that's good. Otherwise, we could have lost more than we've lost now. Then we have the Indian Reorganization Act and governments. And in that, we see the savior complex. And that's when somebody feels like they always have to go out and save you. I mean, we don't really need to be saved. And that word saved, can cover a lot of different types of thinking, saved in a material way, or a physical way, a spiritual way. I know as a child, I think I was saved about 11 times from different church denominations. And each time they came to save me, I didn't know what I was being saved from, but I was too polite to say no either. I was too embarrassed to say no. So I know that somewhere along the line in there that I was saved. And then there is the God complex. And those are people, as you know, who you can't tell them anything because they already know they're right, they're righteous. And then one of the things that is real troubling for me and maybe some of the young people in this room is the lack of support for treaty councils. If we get our sovereignty from our treaties and we're saying we're nations, we have this nation to nation relationship with the US government, then we need to be supporting our treaties. We need to be supporting our treaty councils because they're really the ones that are empowering us with our sovereignty. Then the result, we just moving along, the spirituality is compromised. We see that everywhere we go. People are doing a lot of different things in the name of spirituality or culture or prayer even. And we have to be careful with that. There's a thing called cause and effect, and anything you put out there is going to come back to you. And so we don't want that. So how do we address that, without being rude? And, it's hard to correct somebody, especially if you love them or if they're young and you don't want to see them hurt themselves, but we don't want our spirituality compromised either. So, the old way, they would just come up and put their hand on your shoulder and just tell you in a really soft way, don't do that. We don't do it that way. Maybe we need to start doing that again. And talking to, especially the younger ones who maybe don't know this. So then as a result, we see people that are medicine men and chiefs that really are not. They weren't really selected by the people. They're self-appointed or however else they came to that. In our pueblo where I'm from, my dad's pueblo, some of the elder men talk about that, about how the young people are changing ceremonies. They're changing how you say certain things and do certain things. And one of my relatives calls them little Frankensteins because you can't say anything to them. They get angry right away, right? So, but you can't stop them either. And so I think we really need to look at that. So, and then I know that I missed the one on the Stockholm Syndrome under the Indian Reorganization Act. And I know that you heard Phil talk about that a little bit. And so, one of the things that I wanted to say about that, I asked a friend of mine who is Lapan Apache in Texas, if she ever heard of what the Stockholm Syndrome was. And she said, yes. She said, for myself, it's a lack of trust from within myself. And she said, as well as a lack of role models. So she was saying, yeah, that she does have the Stockholm Syndrome. And I think that it comes to people in a lot of different ways. And it's like when you side with the enemy or you side with the colonizer is really what the Stockholm Syndrome means in this context. So I lost my screen. I don't know if I can go back. Oh yeah, here we go. So, and then on the initial solutions, and that's part of what I'm here to talk to you about is just self-awareness and loosen the hold of ego. Our egos, it alienates us from others in the environment. And I'm not talking about ego like being conceited or anything like that. It's just ego about self-importance because we're all equally as important. And we need to address that, look at that in a different way. So also, with spirituality, when I talk about it being compromised, they say that when we do that, we're really impersonating a spiritual self in search of our own truth. And maybe, that's what we do. I think everybody knows what bad faith is, correct? And so we have that too. So I want to go on to the next screen. This I took from the internet. I have all of my references on the last slide if anybody wants to get into it deeper. But if you look at Native American missions, these are all Native American people who have embraced Christianity. And many of them feel very judgmental about traditional spirituality, traditional government, traditional religion. And so that's why it's so hard for us to do the work that we do. Somehow we have to bring everybody on board. Somehow we have to be united in a way where nobody's higher or lower or better than, or worse, but just pulling it all together. And so the divide and conquer tactic mentality permeated the churches and the natives, as each church was appointed to a different reservation. Amongst most churches, there is not one single religious doctrine they all agree upon. The idea of disunity among their leaders is common. And so if you've ever read the book by Vine Deloria, Custer Died for Your Sins, he talks in there about how the federal government, when reservations were first being established, they assigned a different church to a different reservation so that we weren't all being Christianized by the same denomination. And that was done intentional too. And that created a lot of division, because if the churches themselves were divided, and then all those churches were on different reservations, that's dividing all those reservations up even more, and the people even more, and making people more confused than they already were with all this. So the next one, this is kind of a chronological history of these churches. In 1735, the evangelical Anglicans really focused on the Pequot. They were the first ones when we were being colonized on the east coast of the United States. In 1846, the Mormons appear in Utah. They really targeted the Navajo, Apache, Ute. There was a lot of child adoptions in Mormon homes, and really just stripped those kids of any identity. About 1850, we see the Methodists, and they kind of permeated the United States. In 1876, we see the Catholics. One of their first congregations was in Fort Yates, North Dakota. In 1892, the evangelicals focused in on the Apaches, primarily in Oklahoma. And then we have the Church of God focused on the Cherokee in Oklahoma, the Baptists. So among the 5 civilized tribes in Oklahoma, you will see a lot of Baptist denominations. In 1978, we get the American Indian Freedom Religions Act. And then in 1890, we still honor the Native American Church, which is its own entity among all these other churches. And then part of, the focus I'm talking about churches is because they have a lot of influence, but these influences could be good influences because most church-going people are good people. So, okay. So I will move on. Just to share a few quotes from Nancy. You could read them yourself. One of them is from Nelson Mandela, who was a civil rights activist and really influenced the world, and Malcolm X. To overthrow oppression has been sanctioned by humanity and is the highest aspiration of every free man. That's Nelson Mandela. And then the greatest mistake of the movement has been trying to organize a sleeping people. You have to wake them up to their humanity and to their heritage, then you'll get action. So, and that would be true for all of us. I mean, not that we're not awake, but yeah. Then we have past and present, and in the center, we have this psychological window or psychological opening. And then the damages and loss from boarding schools. As you know, there are 500 federally funded boarding schools in the United States and Canada. And my thought was that when we think about damages and loss, we should think about how much money the federal government spent to build those schools when that money could have went to the tribes and to the families to take care of their own kids. So those losses should be included in there. We know that we can't put a dollar value on lives, on spirituality and culture, but we don't talk about that, and that was part of the damage. Those are my references. And then I had a few personal comments, about natural law. If we're going to talk about traditional government, then we know that natural law is the foundation of traditional governments. Man follows the earth follows the universe follows the energy, spirit, truth. Energy, spirit, and truth follows natural law. And it's always been that way. It's always going to stay that way, no matter how much we embrace from the Western world. We all know we have 5 consciousnesses: sight, smell, taste, hearing, and touch. And you can access your other consciousnesses with even one of those consciousnesses if it's developed.
Those are the kind of developed things that we need to really create a unity and really to be part of our solution. And then, you see, there's a couple more. I have like 1 more minute. Many elders believe that the Creator's destiny can act in human life only to the extent that our intellect is in actual contact with the Creator. So to have this relationship, you have to be open to it. And that goes on to, that when you have an opened heart, you'll also be more open-minded. Then I want to share one last story, and it comes from Hopi Nation way back in the 60s and 70s when they were with Akwesasne. And one of the elders talked about how our world is spinning faster and faster, and it's going to continue to move faster and faster. And he didn't mean like on an axis. He didn't mean in a physical way. He meant internally, our world, our inner world. And it's because of all of our influences with technology and everything. And the only way to slow that down is to slow ourselves down. Because if we look at it, nature is quiet, nature is stillness, and that's the way of nature. And so, and also nature is unchanging. So I want to leave you with those words. I think I'm out of time, but like I said, I'm really honored to be here. I know many of you, and I really, really like working with all of you. It's been wonderful. Great. Pilamia.
Okay, with that, we're gonna go ahead and break. We have lunch outside, so we just want to be mindful of everybody's time. We're gonna call upon our singers here to render a song in honor and remembrance of Umpagleshka, spotted elk. As you may know, today, I know they're still doing the ride, the Sitanka Wipuksaye ride. So they're meeting today, I know, up in Standing Rock. So we just want to, send them off in a good way and remember them while they're up there. So we'd like to ask our singers before we go to break here if they can sing the song for Spotted Elk. And then we'll do a meal prayer following the song. Oh, Opila Tonka. Oh, Telo Mitaki. Ho ea wana wakaha, ang pewi ki, hinaji chua, o heche wo te ea ton kapik ti un kalenong kitio aste po. Na glup hejuta ki etan heche, we chose on in a wash a kena blihelia. Leon petu ki heche opton yank te lo, no mitake honch le wak hengla. Ayustagia heche hiotaka, hena we chose on i hawk te heche. Hoi walo tunkashla, ona waniche onka le opta on kaya pina. O heche pejitron junkaliuk ta heche hoivalo o metakas. We're gonna go ahead and break for 30 minutes. Some of you younger folk, if you guys could help make some plates for our elders and
As as you're done with your meal, the Holiday Inn staff will be retrieving your plates, so make sure you eat it all up. Eat peach apple. And my relatives, please don't leave. You know, some of our people, and when you feed them, they leave right away. But not this time. You're gonna stay, okay? My Transi always does that. As soon as I eat, he has to head out right away. But no, don't do that. Just stick around for a while. Let's finish this up.
you have any leftovers, bring them up. Phil will take care of them. Okay. We're gonna get started here pretty soon. If you guys are still eating, that's fine. Food's still out there. Go ahead and continue to eat. Okay, we just want to be mindful of everybody's time here. We know there's a lot going on this week. We have basketball tournaments, hand games, a lot of relatives in town that I know we want to go and visit. So, we just ask that our presenters, we keep it to a half hour. If you get done before the half hour, we'll take a couple questions. Maybe 2 questions if we finish before the half hour. Again, as I said previously, I apologize ahead of time if I don't mean to offend anybody by trying to rush through this agenda or disregard questions. Again, we're all here for a good reason, trying to be good relatives. So, we have a lot of important information we want to share with each other. So with that, I'm going to ask our Kukawi Chasha to render a song here, and then we'll go ahead and get started on our agenda where we left off with my Tangshi Chante Heart with the Hesapo OTP project. So go ahead. Ana. Oh, Lamielo for that beautiful aloha. Okay, we're gonna get started with the second half of our agenda here. We'll start where we left off. I want to call upon my Tongshi Chante Hart with the Hesapo Tipi project. She does a really great job here in the community, and I got a lot of respect for my sister here, and excited for the projects and the things she's doing around here in the community for the Oyate. So with that, call up Tongshi.
Betu washte mitaki api, chante washte na pechi api, chante har amachi api na Lakota tranje chokik papi mi. I hankto Dakota na si changu oyate etaha na mini luza ha awati. I na waye Caroline Hart na akdu waye Travis Harden. Wiaka na pi tiosh baye mataha. Good afternoon, my relatives. It's an honor to be here with you. I also want to introduce my colleague and my sister niece and best friend. She's also on our board of directors, Dr. Valeria Big Eagle. Introduce yourself.
Before I introduce myself, I'd like to ask for forgiveness in front of all of our elders and everyone here tonight or this afternoon. Everything that you have done is why I'm here today, doing this work, advocating in our community. And so my name is Valeria Big Eagle. I'm a Hangtuan Dakota. I'm also Humpati, and I serve as the executive director of another program you're going to be hearing about later with my Misu Marlin medicine horse. But for this, I'm the chair, the board member of Hesapo Tipi. And so it's a real honor to be here today.
Before we get started, we always like to start off with prayer because we were talking about important things. And so I would like to call up my ate, Travis Harden, to start us off with a prayer song. Hilamaya ate. So we always like to start things with prayer because we're spiritually guided, and we're at this time too. I always also want to acknowledge all of our elders in here and all of our knowledge holders and our language keepers. And I'm really honored to be here in front of you because this is important stuff that we're doing today. And this project is for all of us. And so we're here to collaborate with you and see how we can support each other, because it's been a very long need to have an Indian center here in Rapid City, right in our homelands. We need a place for us, by us, and we're prioritizing wakes and funerals because we don't have anywhere here in Rapid City to have wakes and funerals. But before I get started, I just wanted to acknowledge all of our ancestors and those who paved the way for us to be here, and those who passed on before us, but also our grandmothers, because we're just continuing the work of our grandmothers and our ancestors. And so we don't take that very lightly. We take that very serious, and we know we have a lot to learn. And so that's why we are here, is to get encouragement and to learn from you and to see how we can collaborate.
One more update.
Yeah, go ahead.
A few years ago, we came in front of this Oceti Sakowin Treaty Council, and we gave an update at that time we were tied to the Rapid City Indian School Lands Project. And as you know, there's lands here in Rapid City that are subject to revert back to the Department of Interior. However, we're continuing to move forward because what was recommended by the Department of Interior was to work with the city of Rapid City. Well, we're not going to wait for the city of Rapid City to tell us. So we're separated from that initiative now. However, we're moving forward in a good way. And we have a lot of great updates, including being able to procure land to start schematic design and all of those things. So it's really exciting and it's much needed in our community. We know we have a lot of relatives that we go home, we go back to the reservation to send them on their way, but we deserve a place that's here in our homelands that we can collaborate, come together, and even for this conference, to be able to have a space of our own and be able to gather together. And so just wanted to say that much about an update from a few years ago when we were here.
Okay, Sapo OTP, it's going to be more than just an Indian center, more than just a building. It's going to be a place to bring back our spirits to Sapa, a place of permanency so that we can be here, so that it could be a home to Oceti Sakowin Treaty Council Sapa meeting. And so that's why it's so important that we're here talking about this. But just to start it off, just to give a history about Rapid City, we got these numbers from Oyate Health Center, and these are the 23,000 people actively use Oyate Health Center on a daily basis. And so that's not including the rest of those who don't utilize Oyate Health Center. So on any given day, there's about 30,000 Indians in Rapid City. And also 60 plus nations are represented in the school system. And so there's a lot of us, not just Lakota, there's a lot of other nations here. And so we want to acknowledge them as well.
And like my Mushke said, my Kui, my sister, my best friend here, like she said, this is the work that continues. There has been many attempts to build an Indian center in this community by our ancestors, by our grandmothers. And so we just continue that work. Long ago, we had a lot of elders that were trying to get a place, a gathering place. And we have had some small places I've heard of by some of our community members. And of course, we want to have a 40,000 square foot center here, just as if, you know, you go to Minneapolis, you see that they have an Indian center of their own. You even go to Denver, Denver has an Indian center, Seattle, all these places. And for us, we're at the heart of all that is, and we're at the heart of our homelands. We deserve a place too. And so I talked about that earlier. You know, previously, we were trying to help be part of the strategy of solving those deeds that were subject to reversion back to the Department of Interior here in the city of Rapid City. But now, because we waited, they said we would find land for the Indian Center, at this point, we've moved forward from that. We're trying our best to still work with the city. However, as people, as Native people, we're going to pave that way. It's time for that. And whenever we reached out, we did a survey, and we know this is something we need, but we did a survey as well. We did community outreach, and 75% of relatives in our communities, and this is even on the reservation, they said, we need this place. And as you know, any other day, including during LNI week, we're here. So we need a place like this. And these are some of the unchis that paved the way from Winona Club, Sioux Edition, and the civic associations at Sioux Edition and Lakota Homes. And so this is honoring their legacy as well.
So Sapo OTP was created from a grassroots effort. It derived from the community conversations which happened back in 2014, 2016, when the rush incident happened, when our precious Lakota children got beer spilled on them, and when one of our relatives got shot by the Rapid City Police Department in front of his family in Lakota homes. There's always been injustices in Rapid City, and I'm preaching to the choir here when we know that. And so what happened was we wanted to do something to come together to create positive solutions as community members. We wanted to take action because we knew something needed to be done. We knew we needed to bridge the gap and try to help the racial tension here in Rapid City, because there never really was a good relationship between us. And so it's up to us as the new generation to create a new relationship. And so we started going to these community conversations, and what happened was we had a monthly meal together. We would invite leaders, we would invite it and open it up to the public, whoever was interested, whoever wanted to come and voice their concerns, we opened it up. And so we'd have a monthly meal, and what came of it is we don't have a place of our own. We don't have a place to have community conversations. We don't have a place to teach our language and our culture. We don't have a place to bury our relatives. We have Mother Butler, but it's a Catholic church and we can't stay there all night like we do with and want to send off our relatives in a good way. And so to take some of that stress off of our relatives and our families here in the community, we really need an Indian center. And so that's how Hesapo Otipi came about. It was a group of volunteers, myself included, and a couple of unchis and a couple of concerned community members. And we will always want to acknowledge a couple of our board members who passed on, Unchi Sandra Woodard and Lekshi Randy Ross. They were a huge help and made a huge effort into getting us to where we are today. So we always acknowledge them, and they give us hope and push us to get this done. And so our board consists of, like I said, active community members. Our fearless leader, Unchi Bev Warren, is leading also our efforts, and we also acknowledge her today. She couldn't be with us today, but we do all of this work with her in mind. So we met with the mayor. We tried right when we got this idea, we wanted everyone to know about it. We wanted to get everyone involved and see how we could help. And so Mayor Allender suggested that we apply for some vision funds from Rapid City. Every year they award a project with vision funds. And so we were awarded $9 million, but yet they put a contingency on it because we don't have land. And so that's where we're at right now with the city funds. We have $9 million waiting for us, yet we can't spend it because we don't have land. But we do have an update for that. So I will. Yep. So this is kind of our purpose of what we want. We want a safe place. We want to create self-determination. We want to have ceremonies. We want to have wellness. We want a place to foster our kinship and bring back our ways, because the people here in Rapid City, the Washichus, they don't know us, and that's kind of the huge disconnect between us. And so this is a way for them to get to know us, and we can share our culture. And this is going to be available to everyone, but it'll just be Indigenous hosted.
And one thing that's really, really huge, as you know, our Wakayaja, our youth, are our future. And so our youth, and we did outreach with the youth too. And we said, what do you wish to see in this community? And we had them draw, what do you wish to see? One of them, they drew a lady, they drew a Lakota Wia, and it said MMIW. They want a safe place for their mothers, for their tuis. They want a safe place for women. Also, another thing, and our children, they're so wise and they know this. You ask them, what do you need? They'll tell you. They want their schools to be indigenized. They want a place where they could feel like they could be inherently who they are and not be judged or shamed for that. And so this Toshka, he was probably only about 6 years old, and he drew a school, but in front of that school, he drew a sweat lodge, and he drew his mom and dad in a ribbon shirt and a ribbon skirt and his ina. And he said this is what he wanted. And so we're doing everything we can, of course, guided by our way of life and making sure that everything is done in a good way.
So here's kind of a snapshot of our team and our efforts. Like I said, we have a couple members that passed on, our Unchi Bev, Lekshi, Jean Tayan, Kibi Kanti, and Bobby Cook, who is a Lakota architect. She's our project director, and she's leading the efforts in creating our schematic design, and she's really, really intelligent, and we're really lucky to have her on our team. And also, of course, Mashke, Dr. Big Eagle here is on our board. You can kind of see our whole coexistence here. From community organizers, tribal chairmen, our treaty councils, and we know the importance of upholding our treaties and learning them and teaching them to the younger generations. And so that's why we're also here too. But this is just a design of what it looks like. As you know, most cities with a high Native population has an Indian center. And so what we've been doing is we've been traveling to all of them and doing site visits and doing research on other Indian centers and what possibly resources that we can provide and programs and services. And while we've been doing that, we've also been creating kind of a network of community centers so that we could help each other. we visited Oyate Techa and Kyle. We went up to Woju and Cannonball. We went to Denver Indian Center, and we plan to attend, visit and many more Indian centers too.
And we talked about some of this community outreach. And of course, this will continue. That's why we're here, is to, you know, if you have some thoughts, some of the things that we could be doing better. And of course, that's why we're here. And, you know, moving forward, it's important for us to acknowledge that everything we do is not for us. And I know that. And I want to mention that, you know, some of these previous efforts of an Indian center almost came to be in Rapid City. And the only reason that they didn't happen is because families started fighting over the name of a Lakota Indian Center. And so just being mindful, we're doing things as best as we can, being good relatives, being open. And this needs to happen no matter what, because it isn't for us, it's for those children. And so I just wanted to say that much. And here's that drawing I talked about earlier. We did that survey, but that drawing, protect Native women. That's important. We need to be able to collaborate, and this space is a place for Native organizations and Native serving organizations to be able to come together and work together. They could have office space there. They could do programming there. I mean, this is a place our children, they want to go play basketball. You know, I'm a basketball coach. They want to play basketball, but they can't afford a Y membership here in town. And if they're going to the courts, well, guess what happens? The police go there. So they're constantly profiled. I know what that feels like. And so we need this place for us, a safe place for all of us. And during that survey, we did have 342 participants. We did a drive-through event where we fed our relatives, and it was an online survey as well. And so you see the age range there, mostly between 31 and 54, and some of our elders, but of course, we need more of our elders and our youth involved in informing us of what this Indian Center should be.
So of course, we know we can't provide all of these services for our community, although we know they are being served. So we want to be a hub of resources where if someone needs something, we can send them out to who's providing that specific service. And also that's where we're at now, is we have an ongoing survey to prioritize these services in our community. This is what we came up with what was needed when we first started. Here's a list of different services. We narrowed it down to 4: wellness services, culture, nutrition, and human services. And the possibilities are endless of what could happen at this community center. These are the preferences from our community from when we did our survey.
Sure. And then you see wellness center, they want behavioral health is huge. We want the space to be able to address and be able to offer behavioral health or connect them to behavioral health resources in the community. A fitness center, a small gym, just because we can't afford those gym memberships. This can be something really important, especially for our youth, and keeping them busy and keeping them in school. I know this is really one of the reasons why I became a coach, is to keep all those Lakota children that I coach in school. And elder services for human services, disability services, resources. And we know that food insecurity is something that's huge too. And so the community garden, being able to have that, something like what Oyate Techa is doing right now in Kyle, having a community garden. And then what they do is they have a food market with those foods. Commercial kitchen, a place where we can have a commercial kitchen, but be able to do that, be able to provide meals, be able to have our services or journey services and all those things with an industrial kitchen. Inipi, sweat, language classes, we need to reconnect to our culture. You heard that throughout this conference, reconnecting to who we are, because this is our land and we are Lakota. And so we need to relearn that, because you know, these schools, they don't allow that history to be taught, especially here in Rapid City. A lot of our youth don't learn about who they are until they get to college. And I know this because I asked them. And so until, you know, we need to connect them to our elders. We need to transfer that knowledge to our adults to be able to share those stories, to be able to do those things in a good way. Oh, and then here's when I think of making my community a better place in the future, I think of Demon Slayer. Oh, just cute. Wi-Fi. And so our children, basic needs, Wi-Fi, having access to Wi-Fi so they could do their homework. Part-time jobs, our children, they want to be able to go on field trips. Not a lot of kids get to go anywhere. And some of the kids, even on the reservation, they don't even get to come off the reservation. We serve youth there, and they say that quite a bit. We want to be able to extend opportunities at this place, offer opportunities for the whole community, including our youth. They want a basketball court, and they want to help people and save lives and help schools. They're really wise. Oh, there you go. And there's that school. Together, Lakota culture and language. There's Ate with his ribbon shirt. There's Ina in her ribbon skirt. And look, the Makayaja are in their sweat lodge. When I think of making my community a better place in the future, I think of somewhere to play for children. Look at their indigenous minds. They want to slide, but they want a slide that's teepee. They want a teepee slide,
So these were just some of the comments that we wanted to share, because like I said, the possibilities could be endless what we do at this community center. It could be a place for gatherings like this. It could be a place where we come together. It could be a voting precinct. It could be, everything that we could think of, we could do it there. I know in Minneapolis Indian Center, they transport their elders back to the reservation every month so that they can go visit their families. That we can do that here too. So this is a map of how our Rapid City is segregated. If you see the brown dots, those are all other or something else. But those are all Lakotas and indigenous homes. And the blue is all the Washitu homes. These are all the homeowners here in Rapid City.
The reason why we share that is because that's what really drove the community identified. They wanted to be in North Rapid City, or they wanted to be near the Rapid Creek. Those were some of the places whenever we did that. North Rapid downtown along Miniluzaha. And now you'll see where the land is going to be, where it is, and where the Indian Center, taking into all those things in consideration.
So we have an update. We got some land donated to us on the north side by Indian Collective. And so we got 4 acres donated to us for free, because they know the need of this community center, and they know we can't wait around for the city anymore, and we're not going to wait because we need to do this on our own. And so we're taking things into our own hands, and we're getting our community center on the north side where our community would preferred. So here's a little bit closer snapshot of it. If you can see, there's the interstate, and there's Lakota Homes, and there's North Rapid, and there's where our 4 acres is donated to us. There's a little bit closer view here.
Yep, and in these spaces, and you'll see here, there's an arena, there's a Pawa arena. Indian Collective is planning that and housing. The Oceti Sakowin Community School is going to be there. You see those dots right there, those are sweat lodges to be able to host inipi in ceremonies. And so this is going to be a beautiful community where this Indian Center is going to be.
So right now we like to say we're in phase 0. We're still building capacity. We're building the nonprofit. We have 2 full-time employees right now. We are working with our TUI Ethlene to help us with technical assistance. We received some small grants and some funding, and so we're looking for more funding. We're always taking volunteers and help too. If anyone is interested in helping us, we always encourage people to come help. Yes, so next we'll move to phase 1, which is going to be our schematic design. And so that's what we're doing right now, is we're looking at our programming and services that we want to offer so that we can provide space for those services and programs. And we're doing every month, we're doing a community visioning session, and we go and present to all of our community organizations and groups to get their input, because we can't do this without their voices. Next, in 2025, we'll move to our capital campaign, and that's when we'll really bring in the Mazaska. But we'll be building we'll be raising money for the construction efforts. And so that's what we'll do in phase 2. Our phase 0 building capacity, that's an ongoing effort. And then also after phase three, we'll move into building construction, which takes about 24 months to complete the design. And after that, in about 2028, we'll have an Indian center and we'll be moving in. So we want this place to be culturally responsive. We want it to be indigenized. We want it to be from us with our Lakota designs, our Lakota way of thinking, because it's going to be community driven. And we want to create a space that's safe for us. And we want to create something regenerative, something sustainable that's going to be here thousands of years after us. Maybe not thousands, but.
Yeah, thousands. And community driven. And one of the other things too that we're taking into, and with Bobby and her insight and her indigenous thought and philosophy to architecture, that our star knowledge, taking that into account in the way that we think and operate circular, you know, making sure that that is all part of the design process itself. And so the building, 40,000 square feet, if possible, you know, we'll start as we're building capacity, building that capital campaign. We'll start with the main building, and that's what we're here for too. Should it be a gym, or should we start with, you know, big conference rooms and offices and then start with the gym, you know, because the gym is the most expensive, but also it's the most needed. The site, we have the site now, approximately 4 acres, but we have access to the rest of that acreage. Capital campaign, it's, with all of our research, it'll be about 20 million for construction, depending, because, you know, a lot of those costs go up with construction costs. And then 3 million initial operating campaign and 1.5 million annual operating with staff, the upkeep of the building. And of course, we're always thinking about financial sustainability. How are we going to be able to continue to offer the programming services with the Indian Center, be able to keep up with those things? So to have that sustainability piece is huge. You know, there's been talks of housing. Could there be components of housing to be able to feed into the Indian Center? You know, are there ways to be able to think innovatively in providing that? Yeah, in the Vision Fund proposal, you guys, this was hard. So with the city of Rapid City, before we went in front of the city council members, we actually went in front of the Vision Fund committee and we requested 18 million to start off with, you know, getting really close to that 20 million. And, you know, the Vision Fund committee said we can't do 18. However, they did rate us as the #1 vision project throughout Rapid City, and the most that they ever actually awarded. And so there was 15 million that was recommended from the Vision Fund committee. And when we actually went in front of city council, they said, they split it, you know, 9 million with a contingency with the Department of Interior's approval. Didn't even make sense. So that's another thing. We're disconnected from those 3 parcels of land, and those are going to be reverted. And so I hope that some of the committees, our organizations and the committees, are going to be able to utilize that land to do something. But moving forward in a good way, no matter what, we're going to make this happen through prayer, through patience, and also we always need our warriors. You know, going into front of the city and going in front of the Vision Fund committee and they're not understanding the need, that was hard. I remember my grandma, she passed away like literally 60 seconds before I had to present at the city council meeting. But I did it anyway, because I knew that it was for future generations to come. And so we carry on the legacy of our ancestors and the people before us to be able to do this work. And that's how we operate at Hisapo OTP.
So just to give an update where we're at right now with the city council is that I've been in conversations with them one-on-one, and to give them more of an insight as to why we need this community center. And it's been really tough because some of them, you know, aren't responsive, but the majority of them have been, because I really been pushing the need that, you know, our people, we don't have churches, so we don't have a place where we can send off our relatives, and they don't know these things. And that's why it's such a disconnect, is because they don't know us. And so that now that I've been explaining to them, you know, the huge need for this, there's been about 7 council members who are supportive now. And so one of the council members is ready to remove that contingency. And so we're going to go in February, we're going to go present to them and get that contingency removed.
Get that 9 million.
Yes, we're going to get that 9 million. That's our money. So where we're at, that's where we're at now. We really appreciate letters of support, any support that we can bring to the city council at this time. But just to have on us to show that, you know, we're united and that we have the support of our people. Next, we'll be moving to having community visioning sessions, like I said, every month, because we want the input of our community. We're going to be creating a building steering committee. So if anyone's interested in joining our building steering committee, also advisory committee, if anyone's interested in joining that. And also we're going to create a youth advisory committee because we're really going to prioritize our youth because this is for them. Next, we'll be issuing a RFP to create an architect and engineering partners that can work with us to create this schematic design process because we know we can't do this alone. We need all the help we can get. So here's the QR code to our visioning survey. If you want to take a picture of that, that'll lead you straight to our survey. And does anyone have any questions? I'm really honored to present to you and thank you for giving us your time. Lila wopila tanka pila mayaye.
Just one or two questions here. Raise your hand. We got one there. Okay, there's our second one. That'll be our questions for.
I just had a question. In Pine Ridge, there's no safe haven for whistleblowers. Whether you're employee or a resident of the reservation. And I say that because like today I'm in fear for my life. There's some things that happened to me. And I went to the social services in Pine Ridge. They told me that they couldn't help. They could not help me. And my best was to pick up a gun and to keep it by me, but I'm also a Chanupa carrier. And my eagle feathers were stolen. So my question is, you talked about missing and murdered Indigenous women. Where's the safe haven for those who don't drink and don't do drugs and need that extra security? Thank you. Just I thought I'd ask a question. It might help.
No, I think that's a good comment, you know. Where's the safe haven for those who are trying to live their life in a good way? And I think that that's coming together, you know. I don't know, I always go to, I got like Rick, two dogs here, you know, that's who guides us in this work and helps us in Tuyathlin. I don't have an answer for that. And I think it takes all of us to be able to come up with the solution for that. But what I know as a good relative is coming together and supporting one another. I know that I would like to learn more about your story after just hearing. I don't know what's going on, but that's how we are as people. That brings to, you know, we want this place to be drug and alcohol free. This place, this Indian Center. And we are guided by the Chanupa way of life. And so with that said, hopefully this will be a safe haven for you. You know, we're here to heal. And I know that through our ceremonies, like what he always tells us is that we have a lot of healing to do. And it's going to take time. But if we relearn who we are and go back to those ways, and you are a Chanupa carrier, go to those prayers.
Okay, our last question will be right here.
My name is Claude Tualk. I'm the chairman of our treaty council from Sichongu. And first of all, I really admire your strength and your endurance and what you're doing for our young people. You know, it's a start. Many of us elders have been praying for this new energy of life coming back to our people. The two that's missing in a lot of our communities is pride and honor. We need to bring pride and honor back to our people. One of the things I suggested, and I've been saying this since I straightened my life out, September 12th, 1985. This is where I woke up when a voice told me, this voice told me that I'm not done with my life. There were a lot of things that I had to do since then, and making a commitment to be sober, alcohol and drug free to help our people. And one of the things I see as a missing link to a lot of our communities, because a lot of good elders passed on now. And they had this sacred energy of life to share. But due to the boarding schools and alcohol and drugs, they've been told to shut up. We don't want to hear that. I know. So these things, grandpas and grandmas put a zip on their mouth and they take it with them. So one of the suggestions I have is we need to bring the teachings of the rite of passage for both boys and girls, starting at a very young age. Start telling these young boys and girls what they need to go through this rite of passage, to teach them responsibility and what they need to know as an adult, as a husband, as a wife for the women, as a mother for the boys, as a father, and someday as a grandpa, what roles they need to learn. And these things were taught many years ago, so that a young girl, when she went through the rite of passage, she was she was able to get married. And I heard at one of our conferences, a woman of 30 years old said she knows now what a 14-year-old knew back in the old days. So these are things that I like to see brought up, because that's a missing link now. A lot of those good grandpas and grandmas have passed on. So I'm really happy and I'm really glad for Mani Luzaha, this community. And I like to see the energy grow, just like throwing a rock in still water, how those circles grow. So the energy of Woaka is back and to our people of the Oceti Sakowin. So I thank you. Salaam.
Like I said, we won't be able to provide every service that we want to, but there will be time and we will come together to eventually get these services for our community. But we do work with all of the indigenous orgs in Rapid City. Through this effort, we've been creating a network and having community luncheons too. And so if we don't provide the services, we know who can, or we can outsource.
All right, that'll be it. Thank you.
Melvin, can I make one comment, please?
Okay.
Just one real short one. My name is Paula Antoine, and I just wanted to say thank you, ladies, for all the hard work that you're doing. And you can see some of the positive changes going on in this community. And I'm really proud of what you're doing. And I just wanted to say that I feel like as you're talking, I can see this going out into other communities like Sioux Falls, Aberdeen, and other urban areas where we have large Native populations that do exactly need the same services and are reaching out to people and they don't know who to reach out to. But I would just let you know that I'm pretty sure they're going to be reaching out to you, because you're building something that could be used as a template and teaching for other urban areas. And I want to say thank you.
Oh, thank you. And they'll take questions, sidebars outside if you guys want to ask them anything. Just another, reminder, trying to be mindful of everyone's time. We got a half hour for each presenter. We may allow 1 or 2 questions. So whoever that is, those first 2 questions. And after that, if you have a question with the presenter, maybe you could take it outside. or, get their number and talk about it at a later time. And again, I apologize. We're just trying to be mindful and respectful of everybody's time here and trying to stick to our agenda. So moving down, next on our agenda is Deidre Whiteman with the National Native American Boarding School Healing Coalition. And if you're, let's see here, on deck is Honor the Earth, Crystal Tubles. Just be ready. We're doing half hour here, so. Oh, and Ruth Buffalo as well. And when you guys ask that question, we'd like to just respectfully ask that you identify yourselves as well when asking questions. H2O, Ramel. You guys are sharing a screen and have a laptop. Tashina over here is in the corner. If you might want to see her before your presentation, if you need to hook something up or get connected to share screen. So for those of you that haven't presented yet, please keep that in mind. Oopla.
Dosha, Madashi, Mea Adesh heads, Ruth Madegadi heads, Mabe Sigids, Ma Zigidads, Nakbaga O. It's a good day and it's an honor to be here with you today and to be invited back. Presented last spring, and this time around was hoping to have our CEO of the National Native American Boarding School Healing Coalition present today, but it didn't work out that way. So got looped back in to help present. And I'm a enrolled citizen of the Mandan, Hidatsa, and Arikara Nation. I'm originally from Mandaree, which is located on the Fort Berthold Indian Reservation. And currently I live in Fargo with my 4 children and my husband. And I'm going to turn it over to Deidre. Madzigidads, thank you.
Mdaukie Chante Washde Nape Chizapi. My name is Deidre Whiteman. I'm the Director of Research and Education. My dad is Quentin Bruce Whiteman, who's Spirit Lake, Dakota, and Hidatsa. And my mother is Leona Azure, and she's Meskwaki and Turtle Mountain Ojibwe. It's hard to put all those tribes up there, so I just condensed it down to 2. But can I have Damon Leader Charge come up here? I'm going to ask him to sing us a song.
Matakia Tokiala, Chiwopila, Chichapalo, Yuha, Chante Waste, Nape Chuza Papalo, Demon Leader Charge Machia, Chichongo, Ogalala, Lakota. I humbly say that I come from the Louis Leader Charge Tioshpe of Wasosa Wakpa, aka Parmali, on my paternal side, and I come from the Daniel Badwin Tioshpe of the Allen district on the Ogallala side. I also had the gratefulness and the blessing to be able to be with Tunkashula Roy Stone for about 13, 14 years of Wasosa Wakpa. And those people are great representations of what the person I have become. For those of you who don't know that, this is my better half, Deidre, or the boss. The director of daycare, when they ask me what they want to do with our contract or anything for Chinchilla, I say, ask the boss. And she was looked at me and then I said, Deidre, and she just busts out laughing. She loves that one, but it is what it is. We take our guidance from our Unchila, our Ina, and our companions. But I'm glad, honored to be called up here. This 72-year era was critical, harsh. The attempted cultural genocide was real. So we're gonna sing as many songs and do as many ceremonies as it takes to remember and to heal and recover from all of that in order to unravel what was attempted to our future generations. So if you would join me, I would like to render songs in remembrance of those ancestors and also in memorial. Achena tonka shila, which awake suye, and awake suye lo hai. Achena tonka shila, which awake suye, and awake suye lo hai. Ochena tonka shila, which awake suye, ena daku wakaya, ospe makia pelo hai, hey ya, ochena tonka shila, which awake suyelo aye, meta koye wake suyo aye, meta koye wake suye, meta koye wake suyo aye. La kota hokshila ko meta koye wek suye aye hoy. La kota hokshila wek suye meta koye wek suye aye. La kota hokshila ko meta koye wek suye aye, meta koye wek suye aye, meta koye wek suye, meta koye wek suye aye, la kota weyako, meta koye wek suye aye hoy. La kota weako wek suye, meta koye wek suye aye. La kota weako, meta koye wek suye aye hoy. Matakia o mazanitulo, metakuye yase.
Got it. Yeah, thanks. So I'm gonna talk briefly about the National Native American Boarding School Healing. First, Madzigidads, thank you, Damon, for a beautiful song. Also wanna, this is a very heavy topic and close to all of our hearts. And so I also want to ask for forgiveness and please excuse me for speaking in front of you today. Our intentions are to be here and to be good relatives and to help build upon existing relationships and to build new ones. But it's really to let you know what the National Native American Boarding School Healing Coalition is doing, and then also to hear from you. And I know we're short on time, so we want to get through the presentation. We're going to go over NABS stuff. It's a acronym for NABS. And when I first got voted into onto the board of directors, my friends back home and my sisters, you know, our slang is like for no. Oftentimes growing up, it was like NABS, like no, thank you, or NABS. And so I was like, hey, I got elected onto the board of directors for NABS, and they're like, what, NABS? But anyways, I'll just give a quick background too of my involvement with the board. I was nominated by Dr. Denise Lajdemir. She is an enrolled member of the Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa, and she has wrote a few different books. One is called Stringing Rosaries. And Dr. Michael Yellowbird from MHA Nation, Joni Romero from Laguna Pueblo, and then myself, we were nominated and elected into the board of directors in October of 2018. And that meeting was held out at Carlisle at that time. And that was when we had our first annual healing summit. Also want to acknowledge the really good work of our youth from the Rosebud, the Youth Council. I was really inspired by your presentation and the work that you're doing. And so hope to build relationships with you. Just a couple nights ago, we had our annual NABS annual membership meeting. And then right after that, we had our board meeting. And I was surprised to get elected in as the board president. And so I'm still sort of in shock from that because I'm not an elder, but an elder woman had nominated me and couldn't decline. And so NABS, their vision, our vision is Indigenous cultural sovereignty. And then our mission is to lead in the pursuit of understanding and addressing the ongoing trauma created by the United States Indian boarding school policy. The coalition was formed after a national symposium in 2011. Leaders from the United States and Canada came together to discuss the Canadian Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the need for such a process in the US. It was created to increase public awareness and cultivate healing for the trauma experienced by individuals, families, communities of American Indian and Alaska Native nations, resulting from the United States Indian boarding school policy of 1869. And at that time, NABS was fiscally sponsored by the Native American Rights Fund until it became financially independent in 2015. Freeze. Okay. Okay. And then, okay, we're doing that. Okay, sorry.
And so because we're short on time, I'll just speak briefly about the work that we're doing at the coalition. So as you can see, we have a membership coalition and we do yearly meetings. We just got wrapped up our last meeting 2 days ago. And this coalition is it's a membership coalition comprised of over 460 federally recognized tribal members, and including affiliates. So you could be a descendant as well, or you can be non-native to join our coalition. But the purpose of this is to support the healing of boarding school survivors and their descendants. And if you would like to join, I put the QR code on here. Otherwise, you can meet with me in the outside, and I can definitely talk to you more about what the membership coalition consists of. And in my department, I focus on the research and education of boarding schools and understanding the historical impacts those policies were placed on us. And a lot of the work that I've done so far, and then my background has been in education. And I've been teaching since 2003, and I took a break in 2016. And so those years, it has really impacted me on how boarding schools are just the subject of American Indian education, American Indian subject areas are not taught in our schools. And so this is what really inspired me to help create this curriculum. And so currently we have an updated curriculum on our website, and it's for K through 12. We're also in development of creating college level curriculum, and also piloting a project that focuses on Alaska, Washington, Oregon, Michigan, and New Mexico, very specific states with very specific boarding schools that were located in those regions. And so right now, again, that curriculum will be completed in 2024. And so here's, again, a quick code. Again, I can go over if you want to meet with me in the back, I can share all these resources with you, but it is on our website. And if you want to, take a picture of this, you can, feel free. We'll provide more information, if I can just meet with you. And we have a digital map that has been in the process for the last 10 to 12 years. And this map is going off of what Canada created. Canada had approximately 120 to 130 boarding schools located across. So if you see in the red, you can see, the impact that, how far that spread. But then also in the United States, you can see there's over 523, and that does include the Hawaiian Islands, and then we have Alaska in there as well. So 523 boarding schools were funded by the Department of the Interior. This is not including the other remaining schools that we have still yet to locate that were not funded by the federal government. And when I look at this map, I know a lot of people, maybe researchers or, can see how this has impacted, Turtle Island, Canada, United States. To me, this, it just goes to show what length that the governments of both Canada and the United States, did to eradicate who we are. So to me, this is a very powerful tool, very powerful visualization to see how that shows up. We also are in the works of creating a national Indian boarding school digital archive. And so this will be a repository that if any of you who have family members who've attended a boarding school, you're able to go to this website and access their records. For myself, I've been able to locate one of my grandparents' information because I grew up understanding that he did go to boarding school. And so it's been really powerful for me just to hear his story, not only from like his personal story, but then the story of his records, and it kind of, I don't want to say closes the gap, but it kind of helps in that healing cycle for myself and my family to understand what he went through. And so this will be started, we're piloting, and we'll be opening this up to the public starting in early 2024. And one of the projects that we have done is with Pejuta Zizi Oyate. It's a mini documentary. Again, I can meet with you after to show more of this information, but this was one of the documentaries we worked on with the community to tell their story about their community members who attended Pipestone Indian School. And this is on our on our YouTube site. So again, I can share all this information with you. And again, so community engagement, we do a lot of online because we're a national organization. Our staff is located across the United States. And so we do a lot of online community engagements. Currently though, what we have in the works is we do have a, I'm not sure what we're going to call it yet, but it's somewhat of like a healing circle where we're invite boarding school survivors, boarding school descendants to come in, and this will be located in the Twin Cities, and that's going to start in January. And just just have a gathering and meet with each other and visit. And so this is one of the community engagement pieces that we're focusing on, but that's just one aspect of what we're doing, the work we're doing at the coalition. And this past spring, we had the opportunity to, we got funding from Blue Cross Blue Shield to create 400 care packages for Indian boarding school survivors. And with the help of Dakota Prep High School, we had youth participate in an internship, and where we went over, it was an 8-week program, and we discussed the boarding school history policy. We went through the curriculum with them, and then at the end, they were able to create these packages. And just this simple project alone has really, the 5 students that were picked for this internship, it just really made a really big impact on them. And they began to look at their own families and began to understand what does healing look like, and how a lot of this information just simply about boarding schools and their families have been, has been talked about. And so for them, we did a post survey, and they all expressed about how much it was like a healing process for them and a healing journey. And so I just wanted to make mention of this because this is something that we hope to continue in the future. And then last but not least, we have a oral history project that will be starting this June of 2024 with in partnership with the Department of Interior, and we'll be going around the United States and conducting video interviews with boarding school survivors. This is going to be a part of an oral history collection, and this will be available to all communities. I think we're still in the process of trying to figure out how where these videos will be housed. But so far, what we know is that in that partnership, it's going to be available to the public. And so we will begin our first interview starting in January of 2024. That was the fastest I've ever talked, so.
So next, I'm going to talk about the policy and advocacy that the National Native American Boarding School Healing Coalition is doing. There is a bill that is, I would say, on the docket or has been introduced at the federal level. And it's the Truth and Healing Commission, and it's S.1723. Also want to acknowledge James LaBelle, our boarding school survivor and former board president. It's taken a long time to be able to share our stories, and we've reached a point where the dam of awareness is bursting. The time for healing is now. So the 5-member Truth and Healing Commission would consist of 19 members of Native American, and it's Truth and Healing, so 19 members who are Native American, and they would serve on a Truth and Healing Advisory Committee, and then a 17-member Federally Truth and Healing Advisory Committee, and a 15-member Native American Survivors Truth and Healing Subcommittee. Nominations, the bill requires members of the commission, its advisory committees, and its subcommittee to be selected from nominations submitted by Indian country and Native communities. It's also just going to touch on real quickly, in short, the Truth and Healing Commission on the Indian Boarding School Policies Act would establish a federal commission that would conduct a full inquiry into the assimilative policies of the U.S. Indian boarding schools. This federal commission would examine the location of children, document ongoing impacts from the United States Indian boarding schools, locate church and government records, hold culturally appropriate public hearings to collect testimony from survivors and descendants, gather institutional knowledge from subject matter experts, share findings publicly, and provide a final report with a list of recommendations for justice and healing. So the time is now. This legislation provides an opportunity for Congress to acknowledge and address the historical injustices the United States committed against Native children and families. Asking you to please contact your US senators and ask them to vote yes on the amended Senate Bill 1723. And there's a barcode there that has a lot of information further on the bill and how you can help us advocate for the passage of this bill at the federal level. And then that is it. Then I'm going to jump right into a quick update on the work that is happening internationally. Oh, somebody's playing Jingle Bells next to next to Santa Claus. Okay. Not sure if it's okay. If I can scroll up. So I'm going to give a quick update of the UN filing on missing children that took place in 2019. Also going to try to breeze through this, and I'll be here all day if anybody would like to visit with me further. The US boarding schools and missing Indigenous children. So this is a quick update. I know when I presented last spring, we also provided an update on the filing and that we were going to be going to Geneva this past summer, which we did. So just going to give you a quick update again, kind of on the background of the UN filing that took place in 2019. And so we have efforts are being led by the International Indian Treaty Council. Sorry if you can't really see the bottom there, but and the NABS, and then the Tribal Justice Clinic, the University of Arizona. Our legal counsel at the time of the filing in 2019, she was with NARF, but now she is the head of the Tribal Justice Clinic in the University of Arizona. So here's a brief recap, background and timeline. In 2016, the group did a number of public information requests to different federal agencies here in the US with no success, basically. And so over a time period of 3 years after hearing nothing back on several FOIA requests on records of our children, trying to find where our children are who were sent and taken to boarding schools within the United States. There was an informal response from the federal government, but it was very broad. They stating too many records in a variety of locations, and basically the federal government doesn't do research. But end result, the federal government has no records of where our children are who were taken to these boarding schools within the United States. In 2017, the BIA informs the reporter that our request was closed, although we never received any notification or formal response to the request. And then in April 2019, a submission was filed to the United Nations Working Group on Enforced and Involuntary Disappearances. And then in May 2019, a delegation went to Geneva, Switzerland, and presented their submission to the working group on enforced and involuntary disappearances to the members, and they presented that in person. And then in August of 2019, the working group of forced and involuntary disappearances submitted a report to the Human Rights Council, and it included references to our filing as a general allegation. And then just to give you a quick update about the working group, it was more information. Also, you can, as they say, use grandfather Google. It was established by the UN Human Rights Council in 1980. It's a mandate to accept submissions on individual cases as well as general allegations, and to engage with states. And at the international level, countries are referred to as states, and to resolve disappearances. And the mandate focused on the right to truth. And it consists of 5 independent members. The chair at the time was from Canada, and he was very familiar with boarding and residential school history. They meet 3 times a year, and they give reports on activities to the Human Rights Council every year. Here's a list of the current members of the United Nations Working Group on Enforced and Involuntary Disappearances. And then this is more information on our submission to that specific working group, jointly submitted by NABS, IITC, National Indian Child Welfare Association, NARF, Saginaw Chippewa Tribe, Rosebud Sioux Tribe, and several individuals. It included a non-exhaustive list of over a dozen children whose fate cannot be ascertained by review of records and archives from, it was 4 schools, discussed preliminary results of ground penetrating radar, and we talk a little bit about some of the work that was happening back then by Marcia Small at Chemawa Indian School. And then also makes reference here to one of the individuals who still has a missing relative. And then the response that we got from that specific working group, it was very supportive of the submission by all of the individuals here that I mentioned. And then more information there on those online. Happy to visit with everybody afterwards presentation. And then the response, or the lack thereof, the response from the United States. Basically, the United States, when they did finally get back to us, they stated, well, we have we have a Native woman in the secretary, Deborah Holland, no disrespect to her, but that was the response from the US, was that we have a Native woman in the Department of Interior, so that should take care of everything. But there's more information there. And so we're really pushing for accountability. 1 week after the Human Rights Council adopted the United Nations Working Group on Enforced and Involuntary Disappearances Advanced Report in 2019, the BIA correspondence to NARF regarding the FOIA request. So the federal agencies here didn't take action until after the UN came out in support of these efforts in trying to find our missing children who were taken to these boarding schools. So our response to the inquiry on our ongoing interest in the FOIA request was timely sent. The US response to the working group was finally submitted in fall of 2021. Cites to funding programs. It makes reference to funding programs and intentions to compile information, report and consult with tribal nations and boarding school survivors. And then the new administration in the US has pledged to be more engaged in human rights issues as well as specific indigenous issues. The Federal Indian Boarding School Initiative investigative report issued of May of 2022 by the Assistant Secretary of the Indian Affairs, Brian Newland. The report noted that there are inconsistent federal reporting of child's deaths, including the number and cause of circumstances of death and burial sites. The report also issued with the assurance that it is only volume 1 of the federal response to these issues. And so at the time, it was HR 5444 to establish a Truth and Healing Commission on Indian School Boarding Policies in the US for other purposes. And then we just have more information there on the correspondence with the United Nations. But it's important to note this. So October of 2021, there was a letter from the US mission to Geneva, to the United Nations Working Group of Enforced and Involuntary Disappearances, the chair acknowledging communication from the working group regarding our submission, but generally unresponsive and non-committal. And then in 2021 to 2022, that specific working group published in August of 2022 indicates no response from the United States to the general allegation from 2019. And then there's more information there on the filing and where we're at today. We did meet with one of the secretariat of that specific working group this past summer. They're still very much in support of these efforts in holding the United States accountable. Also, we are continuing to do community outreach across the US, what is present day the United States, in gathering more names and individuals and families who would like to be added to this filing. And so also just offering that up there, and I will end there. Madzigidads, thank you.
2 questions? Anybody? There's 1, there's 2. Okay, 2 questions. Identify yourself, please, Tui or Unchi.
How do you? Can you hear me? Okay. First of all, I want to thank you for the work you're doing for our people. Healing hasn't always been my effort from the time I became an adult. And the work you're doing is pivotal in the direction that our people are going to go from here on out. And it takes a lot to put together what you have put together. I apologize for being emotional. My name is Pansy Hawkwing, Chitaumi Emanchapi. And when I feel something in my heart, I cry. So let me catch a breath and ask you the question that I wanted to ask you. In my case, my parents refused to send, my mother refused to send her children to boarding school. So she moved us across the state to a border town where we became migrant workers. And there's a whole new can of worms there. We went to the public schools in those border towns, and we faced racism in quite a different way. In those boarding schools, many of the white people would not rent to Indians. There were signs that I remember that said no Indians allowed. There are times that I remember that my family went to restaurants and we would not be served. We sat there for a long, long time waiting to be served, and it never happened. So we got up, filed out, went out and ate at home. This requires also healing from PTSD. So I've done my own work since the age of 30. And now I'm 78. So almost 49 years I walked this path on healing. And I learned early on that there are many of us with many talents, many abilities and gifts that we have to help our people. And I was told to focus singleness of purpose, pick one area and stay with it for the rest of your life. And even then you will never reach the solution to everything that needs to be done. My focus was alcoholism. So I went into alcohol treatment myself and have been totally alcohol-free for 48 and a half years now. And my work has been to work with people and to heal, bring healing to them. At the same time, I went back to the Chanupa, which I knew nothing about. I was at ground zero and I began learning. And today I have been also walking that path for nearly 49 years. What I have learned that we can use traditional ceremonies along with mainstream traditional approaches to bring healing to our people. And currently, I've recently retired from working outside of my home. I'm going to start writing a book on how that happened for me. And I want to emphasize that we can heal from PTSD with the use of ceremonies and whatever therapeutic approaches that applies to us all. And I've been very enlightened for the people the Oceti who put this conference on. It's good. I think you gave us a look, a glimpse into the best of the best during this whole conference. And those of you who are on the committee to make this happen, I want to thank you. Those spiritual leaders who came to offer their prayers, Wopila Chichapi, and those singers who sang our songs that lift up our spirits and bring back the spirits within us. I want to thank you. Wopila Chichapi, Mitaki Asi.
Okay, last question over here in the corner.
Hello. Hello. I'm Dagapi Akichachkali Machapi Chante Ashinape Chuzape. My name is Christopher Eaglebear. I'm a representative of the Rosa Sioux Tribal Council as well as the Sichanga Youth Council. And first off, I just want to say thank you for all the work that you've been doing and congratulations on your new role. Regarding that Senate Bill 1723, the Truth and Healing Commission on Indian Boarding School Policies Act, my question for you guys would be to go a little more in depth on what it means. Like, from my understanding, it would allow, it would establish a federal commission with subpoena power, meaning that they can legally compel institutions to hand over information. And with the work that we've been doing with the Sichanga Youth Council in regards to repatriating the 9 children that we were able to bring home back to our reservation, that was one thing that we had troubles with, was getting information, because there were a lot of places that couldn't allow us to they legally couldn't give information to us because they didn't want to, they didn't have to. And so we ran into that a lot. And it was a hard thing to do when it came to repatriating ancestors, essentially. And so, I wanted to thank you for giving us information on it, but to go more in depth on like what this truly means and why we need to have support in it. And to all of you out there too, I encourage you all those of you that work with youth, to really get them involved into this topic, because this can really help not only our nation as Lakota people, but the nation all across Turtle Island, to truly start bringing in this healing that we all are desperately craving right now, that we all desperately need, that we're all actively trying to obtain, to, give thanks to all the ancestors that fought for us, that died for us, that did so many things for us to be here in this room today. And I know that if our treaty councils can come together for a movement like this, there's no reason why our youth can't come together to help support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. And I know this is always going to be ongoing. And because of the 523 schools that we've been able to locate and gain some information in the department that I run, we're a staff of 2. And so what we've found already is that we're not able to access about 40% of those documents. And so for us, this is so important, because we need to know, we need to know the story of those schools, not only for, us as an organization, but for community members and families to be able to understand their own history and that legacy of boarding schools. And so I hope that answers your question, but right now we're still, from the way I understand the commission and the bill, and then my perspective as the director, is that 40% of those documents we're not able to access, and this is why we need that subpoena.
Oh, read it.
The government's trying to keep you quiet.
No.
Justin Puyer, Oglala Sioux Tribe 5th member. Thanks for all the work that you guys are doing. And, just to let you know that we are working on, I don't know if you did any studies on the Wabash Whites Industrial Manual Labor School. We have children buried out there right now. And the first message they gave to us when we went out there and did all this survey and study and investigation was the Indiana DNR does not have any funding to help repatriate those children. but in all their articles, it states that they proud to state that they received money from the government to operate that school. So in the NAGPRA laws, it states that if they received federal funding, then it's the NAGPRA issue. So that's, that's one thing that we're working through at the Oglala Sioux tribe. And, we have a list of names there, and a lot of them have descendants still living yet today. So, we're trying to work through that. And, also working with Red Cloud, Holy Rosary. I know they went out to Marquette and they hired an archivist, and they're digitalizing those school records. So, that was one question that Lexi Doug wanted to ask you guys about, because one of his relatives is buried out in Wabash. So we're looking for, help and guidance on trying to work through that funding problem, as opposed to Carlisle, where the Army has funding. So we have no problem with Carlisle, but we're having trouble with Indiana. So I will be reaching out to you guys. Thank you.
Hello?
Thank
Get
you.
Another question? One more, one Sheila. My question is, my mother, who went to Flandreau Indian School in the early 1930s. I think she graduated maybe 31 or somewhere. But we got a letter, or my aunt got a letter that has, they did a study at Flandreau where they took a crop of hair from each female. And my mother's name was on that list. So at some point, I'd like to figure out how to address that. And I'll be talking to your office, try to keep in touch so we can get that information. What was it? Must have been a study of, I don't know if it was their genealogy or, where they come from or what, but all the girls there that year, they took a lock of hair from them and sent it to Washington for a study. So I'd like to find out about that. And that was just one example of things that went on at the Flandreau Indian School.
Thank you, Madzigidads. Well, definitely, please reach out to us. I am excited, but no, it's a big responsibility in the role of president of NABS, and being from Mandaree in North Dakota, being Hidatsa Mandan and Apache. I don't know that we've ever had anybody in that role from the Great Plains. And so I hope that we can, be more present in North Dakota, South Dakota. So please, if there's meetings, community outreach that we can do here, please reach out. And I would also really like to attend one of the support groups that the Rosebud Youth Council is doing, because that's something that is really, really needed. So Madzigidads, thank you.
Hey, thank you, Ruth. Thank you, Deidre, for the presentation. At this time, we'll move on our agenda, Honor the Earth. Crystal Tubos, come on up. Standing by, MMIW, Ruth Buffalo.
Epiveshev, Mene Wostatnanehav. My name's Crystal Tubals. I'm Oglala Lakota, Northern Cheyenne. I was born and raised in Pine Ridge until I was a teenager, and then moved to Montana, where I was raised with my dad's people amongst the Northern Cheyenne, and have been there pretty much my whole adult life. But oftentimes come back this way to connect back with relatives and to support and to serve. I come from Matt and Nellie Tubles. My mom is Lynette Tubles and my dad is Philip Whiteman Jr. And so I'm really honored to be here today and just want to thank the organizing committee for a little bit of time to share and the opportunity to serve and to make sure folks are taken care of here at this gathering. So I'm currently the executive director of Honor the Earth. This is some of our team. We have folks here. We have Amy Sazu, who's one of our board members. We have some of our finance team here. And we also have, some of the core senior management teams here. I'm the executive director, but we have Nadia Tanous, who's my deputy director, and Aisha Mansour, who's our communications director. And we really wanted to come today just to introduce ourselves, like who we are and who we were before and kind of who we're going to become and hope to become in the future. But we also come today with an ask and with a request. And so with that, I'll share a little bit about Honor the Earth. So historically, Honor the Earth was an Indigenous-led environmental justice organization. And that's really what they focused on. And they're based in Minnesota and did a lot of the groundwork in the fight when it came to the Line 3 pipeline battle. Recently, I took over about a year ago to this day. I took over as executive director, and I've been transitioning the organization into being Indigenous women-led primarily, but also shifting us to be more social justice based. So that way we can fight climate change from an Indigenous rights lens. So we really focus on working at the intersection of environmental justice through land back, through cross movement building. And we believe that climate change is a direct result of settler colonialism and racial capitalism and white supremacy. And so we could probably spend our lives fighting every single mining project, our pipeline project that comes through our territories and not really make any traction because it's the systems, the colonial systems that continue to allow for these things, these corporations to come in and to exploit our Mother Earth. And so we're focused on really getting to the root causes of the extraction industry. But with that, as we're doing this work, we know that we have to be cross movement. We know that we are stronger together and that as we're doing this work, we can't just work and organize in silos. And so what we've come to find out is that we here in the so-called United States aren't the only ones that have experienced settler colonialism. And we've built and developed out strong relationship with our Palestinian relatives who have been showing up for us for actual generations. And so I know there's folks in this room that hold a lot more knowledge than me around some of these relationships. And so forgive me if I don't have the full history or the full stories that go with this, but I know that Palestinian relatives were with us at the United Nations when our folks like Bill Means and others first started going to the UN. Palestinian relatives were there. They were working with us. When Wounded Knee occupation happened, Palestinians were there. They came on their own accord and they helped provide security during that time frame. During Standing Rock, when we were organizing on their own accord, they organized themselves and they showed up and they helped support and they stayed for months and brought in different teams to support for months. When I climbed the grain silo, I think it was a year ago or 2 years ago, when I climbed that grain silo here downtown Rapid City, it was Nadia who showed up. Within the first 5 days of working together, she climbed that grain silo with me. And so there's a long history of us having deep relationship with each other. And we could probably spend hours talking about the deep connections we have, but the parallels that we have. Every story that we're seeing in the news so far happening to Palestinian people, our people have already survived that. We've already gone through that. So everything that we've been reflecting on these last few days here together at this gathering, we're watching it in real time happening to the Palestinian people. And so today we have an ask. We've drafted a resolution with the support of some of our relatives here, our young people here. It was translated into Lakota, so we handed that out during lunch, so they might still be sitting on the table so folks could look at it. And then we also have an English version of it as well that's also on the tables. And later on, whenever it's time and it's appropriate, I know that there's going to be voting happening. But for now, I want to pause there and hand the mic over to our Palestinian relatives to share just a little bit more, and then we'll We don't want to take up too much time on the mic. I know there's more things, there's more speakers we want to get to, and we want to be mindful of the space and how long we have it, but I'll pause there and I'll hand it over to them.
هلو السلام، اسمي نادية طنوس وأنا فلسطينية. أنا من ولاية يافا، ولدت من دار طنوس. وأنا ولدت في أوكلاند كاليفورنيا، الجيلة الأولى في الشتات. Hello everybody, my name is Nadia Tanous. I'm from the villages of Yafa and Lid, which are on the coast of Palestine. My father was raised in Schneller refugee camp and a boarding school run by German Lutherans, and I'm the first generation of Palestinians born in exile on Turtle Island. I'm born and raised in Oakland, California. Thank you all for having us here in your homelands. I'll pass this to Aisha to introduce herself.
السلام عليكم، أنا اسمي عايشة، أنا بنت نزار ومن مخيم عايدة، وأصلي من ولجة جنب بيت لحم. الحين أنا ساكن في أوكلاند كاليفورنيا، بس طول حياتي في سياتل واشنطن. So hello everyone, my name is Aisha Mansour. I'm the communications director here at Honor the Earth. I'm Palestinian and I'm from the refugee camp of Aida, but my family comes from the village of Walaja, which is a village that borders Bethlehem. Actually, historically, it borders Jerusalem, but now there is an apartheid wall between my village and Jerusalem, so I'm closer to Bethlehem. I'm really honored to be here with you all, and thank you for having us.
We, as Crystal mentioned, I'm the deputy director of Honor the Earth. Crystal and I met at Standing Rock during our work, and the support that we were honored to provide and to be there and struggle with our siblings against the pipeline and against the settler colonial systems and violence that have carried this system of American colonialism. We are here in exile as Palestinian people, organizing and fighting for our right to return to our homeland and for the full liberation of our homeland from the river to the sea, for the freedom for all of our political prisoners that now number over 10,000. In the month of October alone, our people doubled inside of Israeli colonial prisons. On October 8th, my family was rounded up in Yafa. We live in the ghetto of Ajami. It's one of the only mixed areas, the only mixed area in the Tel Aviv governorate that we are allowed to live. So the settler brigades that have been roaming the streets know exactly where to find us. Much like here, we aren't allowed to own property because we are not Jewish. We're not allowed to rent for more than 5 years because we are not Jewish, even as citizens of the so-called state of Israel. And as you all, I'm sure, are aware, because of our colonial conditions, we have many, many jurisdictions, depending on how we're born and who we're born to. And if we were there on our land when the army counted us at that time, we're either permitted or not permitted to cross certain borders to access food and water, to access our heritage lands, our historic lands, and the lands that we still depend on in order to live. I come from the village of Yafa and Lid, and a third of the people inside of the Gaza Strip today are my people. They're from my village, which was ethnically cleansed, 97% of us, during the Nakba or the catastrophe in 1948, using British weapons. The Zionist brigade, who ethnically cleansed the village of Yafa and pushed people into Gaza, pushed the Palestinians into Gaza today, are the same people that founded the Likud party, which is the dominant and leading political force inside of the state of Israel. What we are facing today is a genocide. It's not a metaphoric genocide. Death and life, as you know, is not metaphorical. We are facing conditions that are unlivable, that are created and engineered in order to kill us. We've seen 22,000 of our people murdered by US manufactured and funded weapons. We have an entire people, 2.4 million, who have been caged by land, sea, and air for over 17 years, and 50% of them are under the age of 15. The second week of October, the adults in Palestine, the Palestinians in Gaza specifically, designated a child eat first policy, where the adults in Gaza will eat last. The children, 1.4 million of them, will eat first. They will drink first. They will access all resources first. And that is a calculation made at this moment of genocide, because even if all of the adults and the elders, even those who survived and who were adults when Nakba happened, those who remember a time before the state of Israel, even if they all perish, at least we have our future, because at least we have our children. Those are the calculations that we as the Palestinian people are being forced to make at this time. We know that victimhood is a mentality and we reject it. We know that we have suffered many historical consequences of violence, not because of what we've done, but because of who we are, and because the state of Israel is determined to displace us from our land, and we have rejected that time and time again. Those who signed what in this context would be treaties, like the villages of Deir Yassin, who signed a treaty with the Jewish settlement nearby, they were slaughtered in 1948. It's a very famous massacre. And those who have rejected the pathway to treaty and normalization have also been slaughtered. The bottom line, or the shared piece of all of this, is that we are Palestinian people, and the state of Israel desperately wants the land that we occupy, and they have not been able to remove us. At this moment, as our people have chosen that we will continue to stay and fight to return home, we are facing eradication. Our people have made this choice for the last 75 years. We have been punished for it. And we have continued to make the choice that we would rather live standing than to die on our knees. Exile is the worst punishment that we can face, and we have refused it. So as we see our siblings and our family members in Gaza suffering some of the worst aspects of what a human can do to another human, and what a settler colonial army with the backing of the United States, the third most powerful army in the world, can do to people, we are also emboldened and encouraged by the bravery of our people in Gaza, who have refused once again to leave their homeland and have refused to give up on our central demands and responsibilities as the Palestinian people, which are the right of return for all Palestinians to our home, the full liberation of our land from the river to the sea, the freedom for all political prisoners, and our fundamental right for self-determination. We come before you today humbled and honored, and also inspired by your history of standing up for what is right and standing up for the dignity of your people against all odds. We know that there is a hefty price to pay, and we know that we are young in this fight. We are 75 years into this struggle, and you all are hundreds of years. And yet, we see that you are still fighting, you still struggle, you still fight for the same principles of dignity that you will not negotiate. And we hope that you all will understand our struggle and understand our commitments to our responsibilities, because you too have them, to your people, to your nation, and to the land. We have refused to become a people in the sky. We Palestinians belong to the land, and without the land, we are not a people. And this is the pathway that we have chosen. We thank you all for giving us space today in order to hear and to listen to us. And we thank you for your consideration in terms of this resolution. We know that the Yurok tribe of Northern California and the Winneman Wintu, or the Salmon people of Northern California, have both taken a really brave stance to say something and to speak out at this moment when we are facing genocide. We know that the Segurite Land Trust, as well, an amalgamation of urban indigenous women, but particularly the Confederated Villages of the Shawn Nation or the Ohlone people, have also taken a brave stance. And we are encouraged greatly by your consideration. Thank you.
The Assembly of the First Nations, so-called Canada, north of the Medicine Line, they also recently just passed a resolution in support of Palestine as well, which would be the equivalent of our NCAI, the National Congress of American Indian. And so they, up north, are also stepping forward and supporting our Palestinian relatives. And so I'll just wrap up by saying that I think sometimes the questions that we get are why. You know, we know in our communities, we have our own problems still. You know, we have so many struggles already. Why would we pick this up too? You know, why would we do that? But I think that, you know, as we've listed out all of the solidarity that Palestinian peoples have sacrificed to support us, that they too deserve our support, right? Also, we can learn from each other. We know what it's like to be 500 plus years into settler colonialism. We know what it's like to feel invisible on our own lands. And if we can help prevent that from happening to another people's, maybe we'll be a little bit closer to our own sovereignty. Also, in a practical sense as well, every time our leaders from all of the IRA governments go to Washington, DC, that go to the federal government, and they demand for more money to help get clean water, to help get more money to pay our folks, our people that are serving in our communities, to get better roads, to help enact some of the treaty obligations that they have towards us, right? Every time we go and we ask for those things, they tell us there's no money for that. But somehow there's money for $88 billion to go to Israel. Why is that money not coming to our communities? Our tax dollars, everyone in here, our tax dollars are going to fund genocide of the Palestinian people right now. And so we have to think about that and sit with that. And where do we stand on situations like that? What would we have wanted the world to do when we were going through all of this? We would have wanted them to step up and be with us. And so we just ask you to think about that as the resolution comes forward later today. Yeah, Ish.
Okay, we got 1, 2 question comments here and we'll take those 2. And that'll be all. Go ahead, Lexi.
I got a question for the young lady there. I think it was in the 1940s or something like that. Is that when the Israel people came in to your
Yes,
land?
1948 was when the state of Israel was established.
Mhm. And since that time, I think you guys own that whole peninsula there. And then they started to take more and more. And now they own more than you guys. Huh?
Yeah, we are currently residing on 13% of the land only. And we actually outnumber them in terms of population. Even in the attempts of the establishment of the state of Israel, where they displaced about 800,000 of us and they murdered tens of thousands of us, they weren't able to cut our population down. So there are many other policies that they've implemented in order to try and curtail our population sizes. But in terms of the land, you may be familiar with the two-state solution. That's something that was stated. The two-state solution is not viable nor do we uphold it as Palestinians. It was a decision that was made on top of us. But in terms of occupying the land where we're able to live, we're only able to live on 13% of what was currently, or what was previously only 75 years ago, our full landmass. Yes.
They were former prisoners or something coming back, the Israelites?
No, so the original settlers who founded the state of Israel are European Jews who came from something called the World Zionist Organization. It was a formation that began in Switzerland and Hungary from European Jews. The founder is Theodor Herzl. In the late 1880s, there was the first World Zionist Congress, and they actually were all European Jews who were looking to the colonial projects in Africa. They wrote to Cecil Rhodes, who founded the state of Rhodesia on top of Zimbabwe. And they said, we really like what you've done on the African continent. We want to start our own colonial project, and we want to mirror it like you. We're looking at a piece of land in what they called Asia Minor. We want to establish a state similar to what you did in Rhodesia for the British. And so that was the blueprint that they used in order to establish the state of Israel on top of Palestine. In the 1920s, there was a man called Zev Jabotinsky. Many of you have probably heard of the kibbutz, which are like socialist settlements. Jabotinsky was the founder of this tenet of Zionism, which is a colonial ideology that I'm speaking to. He founded labor Zionism, and in it, he wrote that their assessment was that the Palestinians were, and I apologize for using this terminology, this is what he wrote. He said that Palestinians were like the Sioux of the rolling prairies or the Aztecs of Mexico. They were jealous for their land and they would not give it up easily. And so the only solution would be to kill and remove us using the blueprint of the United States. And so those are the foundational doctrines of the state of Israel that were founded along with something very similar to Manifest Destiny, conflating Jewish people with Zionism, which is a political ideology, to say, we, the Jewish people, deserve the land of Israel because it was given to us by God. But the problem was we were already there as Palestinians.
Thank you.
Yes.
Last question.
Hi, my name is Dan Horgan. I'm Oceti. I've been coming to Treaty Council since 2018. This is the first time I've spoken here because it is not my place to speak. I'm here to listen and to learn. But I wanted to thank you for your presentation. In 2005, 2006, I went to the European Center for Peace Studies, and I went to there with some students from all over the world, but also from Tel Aviv and from Gaza. In 2007, our good friend Caroline in Gaza had her house blown up in the first bombing of Gaza in the current round of conflict. And I wrote to you guys this morning and shared some things that I've written that have been published by the professors that I used to study from. And I just wanted to say thank you for your presentation. And I also wanted to apologize for our actions as a nation and also for speaking. And if this offends anyone, because maybe I shouldn't be speaking here, I apologize for that.
A quick request, could you explain how the Israelites, or whatever you call them, how did they end up on that land? Who gave it to them?
Yes. So it's important first to note that Israelites and Israelis are two completely different groups of people, but the terms have been created intentionally in order to be confusing. Israelites are a group of people who are mentioned in the Bible, in the Torah, and they are an ancient people, part of the Hebrews and part of the 12 tribes. The Israelis are a contemporary people who are the foundation of which, like I mentioned, are European Jews who came from Europe in order to establish a white European colonial state on top of Palestine for the Jewish people of Europe. The argument that they made in establishing the state of Israel was that it had to be done in order to protect Jewish people who had just gone through and were going through Holocaust. But what we need to know historically is that, one, the idea of the state of Israel was developed in the 1880s. So that's about 40 years before the Holocaust took place, but in the context of vile anti-Semitism and racism against Jewish people in Europe. And the second is that we as the Palestinian people should not have to pay the price for European anti-Semitism. Palestine has been a place that historically we have Jewish, Christian, and Muslim people who reside amongst us, and we are all Palestinians. That's been our history. And that's true because when you think of the takeover of Queen Elizabeth in Europe, that's where the Jews of Spain and Greece, Haven, it was amongst us, and they married our people and they lived amongst us. The issue that Palestinians have is not with Jewish people because they are Jews. The issue that we have is with Zionists because they are colonizers, which is why we are not fighting to be equal with the Israelis. We are fighting for our responsibilities as indigenous people on our land. But the state of Israel is contemporary, it's 75 years old, and the Israeli identity is also 75 years old. So rather than it being a religious conflict, this is a contemporary political conflict. And as Crystal mentioned, they are using the blueprint of settler colonialism that was used against you and other relatives, Native relatives here, other nations. But we are late, we're on a different timeline. We're 75 years in instead of hundreds.
Okay, thank you. You know, with that, I think I speak for everybody in this room and our Lakota Oyate and saying thank you for being here, sharing your stories and your concerns and your resolution. And, you know, our hearts and our thoughts, our prayers are with you guys. With that, what we'd like to do is call on our singers to share an encouragement song for you and your people, as both of our people are gone through genocide and going through the similar atrocities. So we just want to encourage you to keep praying and keep fighting. So with that, we'll call upon our singers for an encouragement song at this time. Opila Tonka. You guys want to line up here and we'll come and shake your hands. You guys come and shake hands. Oh, Wopila Tanka, Lamielo. At this time, we'll move down on our agenda. I'm gonna call upon one of my colleagues, one of my friends, coworkers that I used to do some work with up in Bismarck, Ruth Buffalo, former representative for North Dakota, to talk about MMIW. So just a little bit my take on Ruth, very professional, always great to work with her. She gets it done. So we're in good hands with her. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Ruth. Just want to say thank you all for sticking with us this long. We still have a few more presentations to do, a lot of important information to share. So we encourage you guys to continue to stay with us while we continue to navigate through this agenda today. So, Wopila Tanka. I'll turn it over to Ruth. Wopila, let's do it.
Thank you. Covering another heavy topic. And so also want to encourage our relatives to drink lots of water and take care of yourself. And also Madzigidads, thank you for that beautiful song. I'm going to pull up this report that we worked on this past few years. I kind of already gave my introduction a couple presentations ago, but I can Dosha, hello, Madashi, Mia Adesh heads. I carry my late grandmother Ruth's Hiradza name, woman appears, and also my name is Madashi Ruth Madegadi, Ruth Buffalo. Mabe Sigids, it's a good day, and Madzigidads Nakbaga. Thank you, good people, for inviting me back again to share a few words. I know we're behind schedule, so I can be very brief with my presentation. Is on our missing and murdered Indigenous women. There's so many different acronyms, there's missing and murdered Indigenous relatives, people in Canada, I believe it's MMIW, and then girls and Two-Spirit. So just my intentions of sharing this information is to provide you with some more information. And I think you might already know all of this stuff too, but just also here as a resource to help be a connector if I can. I'm going to touch on what we've been working on these past few years at the federal level. Secretary Deb Haaland, when she was in Congress, she put forth a piece of federal legislation at the federal level there, and the Not Invisible Act Commission is what she brought forward, and it was passed in 2020. It was also passed in, and also Savannah's Act was passed in 2020. And so, gosh, two Julys ago, actually 2 Mays ago, May 5th, there was an announcement of this new commission. But it took a while to get off the ground because of COVID and because of the pandemic happening. And so right here, I have a copy up on the screen. It's called Not One More, Findings and Recommendations of the Not Invisible Act Commission. And so we sent this out to the federal agencies, Department of Interior, Department of Justice. And so they have 90 days to respond to the commission on this report and the recommendations. And so the composition, I'll just say real briefly, the composition or who was a part of the commission were people from the federal agencies and then people from the non-federal agencies. I was a non-federal person on the commission. Within the commission, there was 6 subcommittees, and each subcommittee had 2 co-chairs, one fed and one non-federal. I was a co-chair for subcommittee 4 that focused on criminal prosecutions, jurisdictions, and information sharing across the different jurisdictions. And so I'll jump right into this report can also be found on the Department of Interior's website, and it can also be found on the Department of Justice's website. It's going to show these paddles right here. They're mini paddles. It came from the Pacific Northwest. At the Billings hearing, it was a big banner up behind where people would provide testimony. And if you look closely, there are names of relatives. And so this banner stays in the Pacific Northwest, but you know how they have the canoes and the paddles have great significance to their community. And so they encouraged everyone at the Billings hearing to write your relative's name on there and then add it to the banner. But it's probably as big as the screen, as big as how it actually is in real life, or if you were to see it. So I'm just going to jump right into the executive summary. But first of all, I know we're behind on schedule, but I also want to take time to acknowledge, our survivors, our families, our survivor families, and those that are still missing to this day. Being on the commission, it was very interesting. It was, as I mentioned, there was federal people and non-federal people, a lot of tribal women, elder women from tribal coalitions. And so it was challenging at times. The commission hosted 7 different field hearings across the country. The first one starting in April, mid-April in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And then after that, Alaska for 7 days. First stopping in Emonic, the village of Emonic, Ketchikan. And then Anchorage, Alaska for 2 days, and then Bethel, and then on to Emonic, the village of Emonic. And then after that, field hearing was in Flagstaff, Arizona, Albuquerque, New Mexico, Minneapolis, Minnesota, and Blue Lake, California, Northern California, and then I say Billings, Albuquerque, Minneapolis. And then there was 2 days of virtual hearings for anyone who wanted to participate that wasn't able to go to any of those in-person field hearings. And of course, we know that within our communities, there's work being done for more broadband connections. So also knowing that we had hosted two-day field hearings virtually for 2 days, we also knew that we weren't going to also reach everybody. And that was the thing too, with the commission, was that there was a lot of challenges, So we did our best to get a final product here of recommendations. And so at each of the communities that we went to, unfortunately, we weren't able to go into any Indian reservations. And also want to mention that this report, we want it to be more than just a report that sits on the shelf. We want it to have teeth. And we expressed this throughout the process of being on this commission. It's a start, we still need to address what's happening within our communities. But a lot of the challenges too came at the end of our time together in negotiations of what should be included in this report. Language, even down to the language, even down, for example, genocide. We wanted to include the word genocide in this report, to hold the federal government accountable in stating that there's ongoing genocide happening within the United States regarding this issue, which is connected to everything. But we weren't unfortunately able to include genocide in this report, only in a quotation of people who provided testimony. Then it was included within their quotations within the report. So I just share that a little to kind of shed light on some of the challenges that we faced. This is not the be-all, end-all. And when we talk about the ongoing genocide within our country, as you all know, the chronic underfunding of the trust responsibilities of the federal government to our tribal nations oftentimes gets disregarded. And as the previous presentation stated, our country spends billions of dollars overseas, but yet we're here, we're still dying, we're suffering. And I don't mean to be too negative, but it's the truth. And so this report is online. But again, our hope is that these recommendations are carried out and fulfilled by the different agencies. We know that some of the federal agencies that attended these field hearings started implementing some of the changes in real time this past summer, which is good to hear. But again, we're also told, like, for example, locally in North Dakota, one of the workers I crossed paths with, we were actually outside of the federal courthouse in Fargo in August when U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland was in Fargo. So a bunch of us stood outside with our signs and we said, implement Savannah's Act, because it's not being implemented. That's one of the things we found throughout this process, is that Savannah's Act was passed in 2020, but yet it's not being implemented across the board, across the United States. We also had, signs for Free Our Relative and Elder Free Leonard Peltier. And so one of the individuals that I know through the human trafficking work that we do in North Dakota, he's out of the Bureau of Criminal Investigation. He crossed our path and said hello to him. And but he had shared with us later at a different meeting regarding human trafficking in Fargo. He said, well, we know in North Dakota, we're going to make this a priority this year. We're going to make MMIW a priority, MMIP. And that's great to hear, but again, we need to see action. And this should have been a priority all along. And so a lot of what we're talking about in this report is nothing new. We know that there's been different reports implemented before, like they refer to it as the TLOA Act, or the Tribal Law and Order Act, or even the Operation Lady Justice. So we know that there's been different efforts to address MMIP, MMIW, MMIR. And so in this report, we included that too. fulfill or carry out the previous recommendations of all the different reports. So this is the executive summary, talks about, we put a quote in there. There's a crisis in tribal communities, a crisis of violence, a crisis of abuse, and a crisis of abject neglect affecting Indian women and men, Indian children, and Indian elders. And the federal government must act now, not tomorrow, not next week, not next month, and not next year. Once and for all, the federal government must end its systematic failure to address this crisis and react, redress, and resolve this. We call on the federal government to declare a decade of action and healing to address the crisis of missing and murdered and trafficked Indian people. And so in the report, it's about 212 pages. As I mentioned, there was 6 different subcommittees, one focused on law enforcement recruitment and retention, data collection, jurisdictions, and also family and victim services. So here's more of a little bit background of the commission. Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan stated at the Minneapolis hearing, at best, we are invisible, at worst, we are disposable. So there's a lot in this report, a lot on accountability, a lot on funding, a lot on victim services. And so we hope that we did the families and survivors justice with these recommendations. We're calling on action. Again, we just don't want this report just to be on the shelf or you know, words on paper that look good. We need action, and we wanted teeth within this report. So yeah, I'm not sure if there's any questions. I know we're behind time, and I don't want to take up too much more time. So I think if I'll just open it up for questions. Mods, Zigadods, thank you.
Yep, in the back here.
First, I want to say thank you for going out of your way to helping our people to live. Wopila chechu. Tokaya Tankashila Wopila chechu. Lemiecha Matonia Hemie Chunkpe Opio Matiwa. For those of you who did not understand, we like to thank Creator first. My Lakota name is Bear Woman, and I originally come from Wounded Knee. I was going to leave here earlier, and they told me to go ahead and stay and to talk during missing and murdered Indigenous women's and to ask a question, because there was a lot of lawyers that sat in here. So here we go. I was wrongfully terminated from AOF, and I'm trying to take that to court, and I'm having some issues. My supervisor told me that law and order would never listen to me. Well, there's a fire, so we better save each other.
Like, where's Phil? I'm sure he's got something to do with this. Yeah, we might as well adhere to the policies here and exit out. As soon as we get the all clear, we'll reconvene where we left off.
False alarm, everybody, sit down.
False alarm. Okay.
False alarm.
Come on in. We're not done with you.
That's what they call an icebreaker. That was a drill. See if you guys are good listeners.
Testing.
Go ahead,
yes.
Joanne.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me? Okay, so they told me there's a lot of lawyers in here. And like I said, I was wrongfully terminated from AOF, but my supervisor told me some things. The first one was H&R wouldn't listen to me, and that I would never make it to law and order tribal council would not listen to me, and no judge would ever listen to me, and I'd get no justice. And because I was from Wounded Knee, did I like my home? Tribal finance helped me get a fifth wheel trailer. My fifth wheel trailer was broken into 3 times. My cousin gave me a 2002 Dodge Ram truck. That truck was stolen, although it needed $500 worth of work. Then the windows were broken out, and lately it was torched. I made numerous police reports. None of my police reports made it to the court, so I took them there myself. None of my police reports ever made it to the Attorney General's office. And in Wounded Knee, there's been over 27 police reports, 4 felonies, and none of these have been dealt with. The family that deals with these, from what I heard, I'm just gonna say it the way it is because I can't hold no lies, and I'm not gonna sugarcoat nobody's bullshit. I was personally tortured by Dorothy Rowland's family in Wounded Knee. Dorothy Rowland is from Northern Cheyenne. We have a treaty here called the Fort Laramie Treaty, 1851, 1868. The first part of it says bad man removed and bad man removed for life. Dorothy's kids have beat women up. They have put a double barrel shotgun in another man's face. They have broke into my fifth wheel trailer 3 times. They're the ones who stole my truck, broke the windows, and then burned my truck to the ground. I have went to the Oglala Sioux Tribal Police Department, nothing was done. I have went to Attorney General's office. I went to Tribal Council. I've talked to as many people as I could talk to, and there's many times I wanted to buy a gun, but more so, I'm afraid for my life. Even further than that, because the way I feel, I want to die, and I'm afraid they're going to kill me, and I don't want them to kill me. I don't want to die in their hands. But yet I still want to die because I feel so bad. I feel so bad that even my own people can't help me. Nobody come to help. So this is why I'm asking. You say you're missing murdered Indigenous women, then help us before we're dead. Help us before they go out there and kill us. Do something to be there for us, because it's our people who are there for you when there was nobody else. Wounded Knee is a place of massacre. It's a massacre site where our people never picked up a gun. They never picked up any weapons. And you know, when I cry, like I cry because mata chanteok shichahecha. We're supposed to take up for each other. Wounded Knee is supposed to be sacred. That land that I own, my auntie here, she'll tell you, there's peyote grounds there. There's an old sweat lodge grounds there. And there's an old Sundance, peyote, and sweat lodge is what's down there. And you know what? I'm really hurt. That family was just in here yesterday morning speaking, talking real good, but yet when the doors are shut and nobody's watching, they do drugs, they drink, and they terrorize the community of Wounded Knee. And I want to know why nobody's there to help me. Nobody's listening. We're supposed to be there together. Lakota Tioshpae, this is who we are. We're the people. Just because one person is gay or black or whatever, has issues, that does not mean that they are not Lakota. But this family that is in Wounded Knee is Northern Cheyenne. They're the ones who desecrated those graves up there. They were going to sell that urn for $3 million. They said the wind blew it down, but yet it sat there since the early 1900s. Is somebody going to help me, or do I just keep speaking to the wind? And am I going to be dead? And I'm going to be another statistic? from Wounded Knee? Is that what I'm gonna be? Am I gonna cry until I die? I have 2 sons that are dead, and I wish they were around. I wish they were around because they would never let me stand alone. They would never allow me to cry and feel the way I do. Or if my dad or grandma or somebody was around, they'd never let me hurt the way that I'm hurting. Thank you.
Okay, we'll end it there. With that, I want to thank Ruth for her presentation and the good work, and we look forward to hearing back from you. Moving back down to our agenda here, we're getting real close on time here, so we want to keep moving. Next up, Ampo Jensen, Evolving the Youth. You want to come on up?
What? Oh, yeah.
Mitakiapi, Chantel Ashter na Bechu Zape, Uncle Tony Machiapi na Kiksa Tiosh by Matahana Wazi Yaha Elati, Inawaki, Don Frankie Chiapi na Adewayaki, Yamni Frankie Chiapi na Gakawayaki Daryl Tukro Ichiapi na Unjiwayaki Sylvia Tobacco catches Ichiapi na Kunshi Wayaki Jenny Blackfeather Ichiapi na Tungashila Wayaki Buzz Jensen Naish Francis Jensen Ichiapi. Hello everyone, I greet you with a warm handshake. I come from the Kiksa Tioshbai. I introduced my parents, my family. I am currently 27 years old, na Stanford University, Awaiwa Ektawai. I went to Stanford. I studied environmental engineering for my bachelor's and my master's. And after that, in 2021, I was hired by the International Indian Treaty Council as a environment and health consultant. And this is where this project started. So I'm really excited to share this. Let me catch my nerves a little bit. So I just wanted to recognize all of the names on this water study that we conducted in 2022, I believe is when we started. There's Dr. Hannon Legary. He does a lot of work with uranium. There's myself, Steven Swiftberg, he's in here, and many other students that came from OLC to do this water research. We also have Dr. Lilia Starding. She's sitting in the back, and she'll talk about mining in the future. Yeah, so I am really, really happy to have collaborated with Black Hills Clean Water Alliance, the International Indian Treaty Council, and we are able to recruit OLC students to do this research. The UN Declaration Rights of Indigenous Peoples, we've heard about that all throughout the conference. And when we did this research and when we set out to do it, we wanted to ground the research in our treaties and in UNDRIP. Because we knew that there were barriers, you know, with the IRA and IRB, and there was many constraints that there are or that exist when we deal with environmental research. And so what we did was we recruited all of these students that I just mentioned, and we held workshops for them to understand what the UN was, the history of that, and how we could use that as a foundation to doing science and to conducting research on our own lands. We also wanted to ground it in our treaty rights. So we held a few workshops to talk about what that meant. I pulled this from the USGS, this map, because it's a really good representation of what our actual treaty territory is. And it identifies a watershed that exists. And it's a really good map that, you know, I wish we could, and I think there is one on our flyers that was created that had a more accurate depiction of what our treaty territory encompasses. All right, so this study, the reason why we started this was because in 2020, there was a report done by Dr. Hannah Legary and Chuck Branner and a few others that was really powerful. When I first started out with this research, I couldn't find any data. And to me, that was shocking. It was hard to find public data that depicted what was actually happening in the Black Hills, what was actually happening in South Dakota. And the goal of this first project initially was to identify where mercury was coming from on the reservation, because according to this study in our own drinking water, there was 8 times over the accepted EPA limit of mercury. And so we were trying to link what the intergenerational impacts were of mining when they violated our treaties in 18 with the home state gold mine. So we were essentially wanting to trace and identify where the source was coming from. Was it coming from the Missouri? Was it coming from the Black Hills? Was there a case to build? If we could identify what was in our waters. And that was one of the first things we had to address is we don't even know what's in our waters because we don't really have access. We don't have access to testing and we don't have access to that data. So the home state gold mine was one of the largest gold mines in North America. And it was the start of the violation of our treaties. And when they mined gold, what they did was they used mercury to extract the gold.